Pregame Live, presented by Fields Auto Group.
Well, after victories on Monday and Tuesday nights, the Cubs go for the sweep of the Cardinals this afternoon in St. Louis. Kyle Hendricks gets the start for the 11-3 Cubs. He'll be opposed by Carlos Martinez. First pitch coming your way at 12:45 right here on Comcast Sportsnet. Hello and welcome everyone to Cubs Pregame Live, presented by Fields Auto Group, along with Todd Hollinsworth. I'm Kelly Krall, sitting in for David Kaplan. Holly, years and years, the Cardinals got the best of the Cubs, but now it looks as though Joe Maddon's club has picked up right where they left off with that NLDS and keep on rolling.
It's a lot of fun to watch right now. They're playing better baseball than the St. Louis Cardinals. St. Louis Cardinals a lot of times have kind of a way. We know that about them. Great defense, great pitching, timely hitting. It's kind of been the Cardinal way for about the last 10 years, but that script has absolutely been flipped. I believe it's undeniable right now. Now, I know a St. Louis Cardinal fan will tell me I'm crazy, but guess what? We're not talking to St. Louis Cardinal fans this morning. We're talking to Cubs fans, and we know that they're playing better baseball. You look at even the first two games of this series, the Cubs have been doing a fantastic job of getting some guys on base, getting guys in, coming up with the timely plays defensively. Think back to last night and Jason Hayward's great throw. So they get themselves out of the jams while putting pressure on those St. Louis Cardinals. They're coming up with the wins right now.
Yeah, we're going to get to a lot of that in just a bit. Cubs going for their 12th win of the season, but we want you to get interactive with us on the show. Starting pitching, of course, has been a huge part of the team's early season success. Run support not as necessary, with them, of course, dealing. So with that, we're asking you, whose slow start concerns you the most? Your choices: Jason Hayward, Anthony Rizzo, Addison Russell, or Ben Zobrist. Head to csnchicago.com/vote to let us know what you think. Todd and I will discuss this and have the results later in the show. But first, let's hear from last night's winner, Jason Hamill, who allowed just one run in 7 innings last night to get the W.
I'd like to get deeper. Wasn't necessarily as pretty as maybe the line would say today, but that's our job. That's the job of the starting staff, is to give those guys in the bullpen legitimate one or two outs that they have to get. It makes them better. So, so far so good.
We're going to take a look at the numbers the Cubs starting pitchers have put up this season. They're 10-2 with an ERA of 2.14, 92 and 2/3 innings. They've allowed just 70 hits, 19 walks, striking out 86. The starting pitchers have gone at least 6 innings in every game this season. Holly, I know you've already heard it. First time in franchise history since 1910 that they've done that. But Hamill looked pretty good on the mound last night. What did you think of his third start of the season?
Outstanding. And listen, this is a story that continues to get good. I love what I saw late in the game. At the beginning of this ball game, his curveball wasn't as good as what you're witnessing right now. So that's what I loved. I love the fact that there was in-game adjustments. I love the fact that the Cubs starting pitching has been outstanding. It's been setting up the bullpen. So many things just felt as though if you were to write a script, say we want 6 great innings from our starters, we could have gone out there and given you 7. He was only at 84 pitches last night. That you're setting up your bullpen the right way. The thing that stands out to me, as great as they've been in the rotation as a whole, is the fact that our bullpen has fantastic numbers as well. And you look at around Major League Baseball, and everybody's bullpen is doing as well as the Cubs, but at the same time, they have some of the fewest number of innings pitched, and that really stands out. As we walk into the rest of this year, I'm watching some of these teams, even with good bullpens. I think of the Yankees, that are starting to pile up those innings. Our bullpen right now has been protected. It's been used appropriately, not too many innings.
Starters doing their job, certainly. Hamill also continued the trend of Cubs pitchers coming through at the plate. This season, the pitching staff 7 for 31 at the dish and lead the majors with 7 RBI. Hamill doing it all really last night. Todd, his 2-run single, of course, driving in the only 2 runs the Cubs scored.
Well, I'm going to say this, quality of at-bats. I mean, I'm to the point where I'm actually watching these guys go up there, and I'm expecting some good results. I mean, it's what you want to see. Earlier in the ball game, he bangs one down the first baseline. Matt Adams actually made a really nice play on it to come up with the baseball. That one right there obviously gets through the hole on the left side, drives in the 2 runs that the Cubs would need because the pitching did its job last night. So I don't know if they have a competition going on. It usually works out that way. Most starters, the starting staff usually has some sort of something that they're playing for, or whoever has the better numbers at the end of the year gets the prize. I would believe the way that they're going about it, it seems like there's something going on there.
Yeah, I can pretty much confirm there's a nice gentleman's wage going on between those 5 right now. Well, sticking with the offense, it has been a bit of a struggle at the plate for Jason Hayward. But like any elite team player, Todd, he's found other ways to affect the rest of this game. Monday night, 2 outstanding grabs, and then last night, game-changing throw to get Matt Carpenter out at home, of course, in the 4th inning.
Well, it has to be that way. Whether we're talking Addison Russell, Jason Hayward, Anthony Rizzo, we've got some guys who are struggling a little bit with the bat, but the defense can't go away. Great great teams, you don't let that happen. Jason Hayward comes up with the big play of the ball game right there, and I'll tell you what, some of the best mechanics, if you're a young outfielder and you're watching this and you're at home playing hooky today from school, you're watching this right here because that's what you want to do. Gets himself behind the throw, does a fantastic job of timing it, gets rid of that baseball as quickly as possible, and you see the throw. It wasn't a full-on 100% effort on the throw. It was as much about the technique and the effort of coming in, staying behind that baseball and getting his momentum going towards home, and then putting in there a good throw that gives the catcher a long hop, not a short hop. You weren't trying to airmail it, and then putting it right on the tag so that he can put the tag on Matt Holliday right
You've already done it quite a bit, but let's take a closer look at that frozen rope. And it really, in terms of execution, doesn't get any more better, or more perfect, if you will.
And again, this is something that any young outfielder, I did this in my career, you practice. That's how you get better at this. This is as much about technique as it is about athletic ability. Everybody says so many times, heard it throughout my career, this guy's got a cannon, great arm. Sometimes guys can break rules and get away with it when they've got an arm to make up for it in the outfield. But Jason Hayward, not only does he have a great arm, but he is mechanically sound. This is what makes him a platinum glove winner as an outfielder. You saw the technique, got behind the baseball in the air, the fly ball, timed it out right, knew where that ball was going to come down, got momentum coming through, and then the one-step exchange. It's not the crow hop anymore, young outfielders, in any way, shape, or form. It takes too long to get rid of the ball. You try to get your lower half in position so that when you catch and exchange, you're actually taking one step and getting that throw off as quickly as possible. In fact, got rid of that baseball yesterday in 1.27 seconds. You can't beat that.
Sometimes I think it's something Madden says you can't always teach that, the intuition that he has, hearing him come off the bat and all that, but very good stuff from Todd there. Back to his offense, though, for a moment. Batting just 170 so far this season, but last night a few really hard-hit balls. Do you think he's close to turning things around at the plate with what you're seeing?
He needs to get some momentum, and that's what's going on right now. Usually when guys slump, it's not, 20 consecutive at-bats of striking out and bad contact and pop-ups and slow rollers. Much like last night, there are the good at-bats that you cling to, and you say, okay, hopefully that leads to me getting out. To me, it's always about results. That's the way hitters think. If I were to go up to Jason Hayward after the game last night and say, way to swing the bat, young man, he's going to look at me and say, I would have taken 2 broken bat base hits and walked away 2 for 5 and been happy. But that's the results. Right now, he did. Those 3 at-bats at the beginning of the ball game were outstanding. He did hit the ball hard. So, yes, it leads us to believe that good signs and good things are going to start to happen for him. But when you're living through it, it's frustrating.
He wants to see results. Well, with that, let's take a look at the Cubs lineup for the series finale this afternoon, brought to you by Wrigleyville Sports. Fowler leading off. Hayward again in that 2 spot. Zobrist will be hitting 3rd at 2nd. Rizzo in the cleanup spot. Bryant's going to move to left field today, meaning Tommy LaStella's coming in at 3rd base. I know Joe Madden likes getting him some time out there. Montero again at the plate, behind the plate for the 3rd game in a row. And Baez will be at shortstop with Kyle Hendricks on the mound.
Yeah, good to see LaStella, Baez in there today, get an opportunity. Let's not forget, this is a Cubs opportunity to sweep the Cardinals. I feel like I need to say that one more time. But you've got 6 lefties in the lineup. That's part of the splits that you got going against Carlos Martinez. We'll talk about that a little later in the show. But again, trying to get some of these bats going. Dexter Fowler, he has done the bulk of the heavy lifting offensively this season. He has been easily the most consistent. And dare I say, and I gladly say, a switch hitter who's hot from both sides of the plate. You don't get that traditionally. Most switch hitters will tell you, if I'm going lefty, righty's struggling. If I'm going righty, lefty might be struggling. Right now, you go back to that at bat last night, that's the first hit that Segrist has given up to a right-handed hitter on the season. Now, I know it's a small sample size, but it's all we've got right now. Dexter Fowler, of course, gets the first base hit. So, man, he is locked in. I am expecting big things from him this year. So good to see him driving the baseball from, honestly, both sides of the plate, because it is so rare to talk about a switch hitter who's locked in this way from both sides.
Yeah, you mentioned that leadoff walk really set the tone. Saw his numbers hitting .375. He's reached base safely in 31 of his 61 plate appearances, including 11 walks. It's time for Built for Business, presented by Comcast Business. And today, we're looking at Matt Holliday's career numbers against the Cubs in 115 games. The left fielder batting .312 with 21 homers and 62 RBI. That's Comcast Business, Built for Business. Holly, even though Holliday has gotten off to a rather slow start in his terms, still a very dangerous hitter.
Well, a very dangerous hitter, and by definition, the St. Louis Cardinals, at least in my opinion, are going to have the season that they plan on having this year. Yeah, we'll talk about the starting pitching. I'll say they need to get a full season of Matt Holliday doing what Matt Holliday Holiday does best. I'm talking about an 800 OPS, a guy who's going to hit 20 to 25 home runs, drive in 100 runs, and be that presence in the middle of the lineup. Anything less than that, and I get a little bit nervous. They do have some talent, but it's younger talent on this roster. As far as how this team works, they go through Matt Holliday. They go through Yadi Molina. They go through Matt Carpenter. Holliday's a huge part of that.
So the Cardinals waiting to see him get going. Certainly, here's a look at his numbers, and then we're going to take a look at the lineup. Of course, hitting third, Matt Holliday, but Matt Carpenter there in the leadoff spot, Stephen Piscotty. I think when you look at this lineup, we're seeing Diaz come back in this afternoon. Your thoughts with Carlos Martinez, on the mound?
Yeah, Carlos Martinez, he'll be going for the St. Louis Cardinals. We'll get that in 1 second, but this lineup is a good one. Listen, you got to be careful of the match. You see 3 of the 4 up there at the top. They've got good numbers. 2 of the 3 do have, in particularly, good numbers against Kyle Hendricks, so be on alert for that. At the same time, this is a professional lineup. Look, they're going out there. I'm not going to overreact to what I see at the beginning of a season. And I talked to a few people this morning over at MLB. This is kind of one of those games where you don't want to get swept at the beginning of the year to your rival in your backyard. So, again, I know it's April and it's a classic overreaction game, but I got to be honest, it's a statement game for the Cubs right now. They go out there and sweep this. I think everybody around baseball is going to say this Cubs team is everything that they expected them to be. I
was just going to ask if you'd use the word statement, but a mini statement game.
Kind of, sort of, right? I mean, you want to say it, but you don't want to overreact, sure. But it is kind of a big game.
Gotcha. Okay, well, we have to take our first break on Cubs pregame live here, presented by Fields Auto Group. When we come back, Holly and I will break down the pitching matchup for this afternoon's ballgame. And after getting the loss in his last outing, Kyle Hendricks looks to get back in the win column as he and the Northsiders battle the Birds down in the STL.
Hendricks. Cubs pregame live is presented by Fields Auto Group. Fields matters because you matter. See Fields first. FieldsAuto.com.
They treat you like you're their best friend or your family. It's almost like they can't do enough for you.
Hello, I'm Dan Fields of the Fields Auto Group. We simply treat people the way we want to be treated.
I get a personal treatment here, and I recommend it.
It includes our free loaners, free car washes, and cafes. It's all part of the Fields Matters program.
I'm looking for the best price, and Fields gives you that. That's why we've bought so many cars from them.
Fields matters because you matter.
FieldsAuto.com.
For the we in team. That's why we're here. This week, get great deals on the best brands like Nike, Under Armour, Easton, and more. Only at Sports Authority.
Introducing Comcast Business Wi-Fi Pro with next-level speed, coverage, marketing, and control features. Plus, Wi-Fi Pro offers what AT&T's Wi-Fi small site doesn't. Professional installation, advanced security, and millions of hotspots nationwide. Looks like taking your business to the next level starts with ditching AT&T. Give your business an edge with Comcast Business Wi-Fi Pro. Comcast Business, built for business.
Honda believes in helping you use your garage to its fullest potential. That's why we're offering great deals on the things you'll want in your garage, like the Honda CR-V. The best-selling SUV in America comes with a standard multi-angle rear-view camera and plenty of cargo space. Great for transporting lots of stuff, say to storage or the dump. Hurry to the Honda Dream Garage sales event. You've got a garage to fill. Time's running out on all the great deals. Don't miss the event. Now at your Honda dealer.
We are back with the ATI Physical Therapy Injury Report, and 3 pitchers, Dallas Beeler, Aaron Brooks, Zach Rosscup remains sidelined, as does infielder Christian Villanueva. Meanwhile, Kyle Schwarber underwent successful surgery yesterday on his left ACL and LCL down in Dallas. He is expected to make a full recovery. And we welcome you back here to Cubs Pregame Live, presented by Fields Auto Group, along with Todd Hollinsworth. I'm Kelly Krall. Earlier, we asked you to get interactive with the show by heading to csnchicago.com/vote to weigh in on our question. We wanted to know which player's slow start concerns you the most. Hayward, Rizzo, Russell, or Zobrist? And here's a look at your votes. Rizzo, far and away, landslide. Fans very concerned with his slow start.
Well, I mean, I guess I understand it in that what Anthony means to this lineup and certainly to this organization and this team we're talking about. In my mind, I use words like the captain. That's the way that I see Anthony Rizzo, and he's kind of the elder statesman, even though he's still a young guy. I know that, and we all know that. But I get it. He's been the middle of the lineup for us. I'm not sure I would have reacted that way because I kind of trust Anthony, and I feel like maybe more than some of the others. You know, Addison Russell's track record isn't extended, and Jason Hayward, you know, he's had some ups and downs throughout his career. Ben Zobrist is actually pretty steady. For me, you know, my answer probably would be Jason Hayward or Addison Russell, just based on the fact that, you know, they're at different points in their career. I know Jason Hayward's been around a little bit more than Rizzo, but he's really proven it, you know, and he's with a new team. For me, Addison Russell, you know, you get the hot and the cold, and I know that I would just love to see him get an opportunity a little bit up towards the top of that lineup at some point. I think he might take off. I'm not sure that happens this year, but we'll see ultimately how this plays itself out. Rizzo right now leading everybody. I think it's because the captain, everybody's got him concerned. He's got to start hitting.
Well, I had a chance to ask him the other day after going deep against the Rockies kind of about the slow start, and his one answer was, we're 9-2 or whatever it was at that point, and that is all that matters to the captain, as Todd just mentioned. Looks like Rizzo's gonna win, though. 86% of the fans. Right. We'll see, fans. Settle in. Todd says just to pump the brakes a bit. All right, well, as we mentioned, the Cubs going for the sweep of the Cardinals this afternoon. Joe Madden says the team's mindset heading into this series was aided by winning the NLDS over St. Louis last October.
I really believe once your group gets a chance to go to the playoffs, you know, playing in those circumstances with that mindset, again, I hate to say it again, but the mind once stretched has a difficult time going back to its original form. So when you've been stretched mentally, it matters. It really matters. And I'm not saying that, you know, they're not there. Of course, they're going to can come from behind and beat us here. But it's a different feeling among our group now when we get to that point in the latter part of the game here.
We take a look at today's pitching matchup brought to you by Bona, the original Italian beef. It will be Kyle Hendricks taking the mound for the Cubs. He'll be opposed by Carlos Martinez. Hendricks 1-1 this season, an ERA of 2.84. He took the loss last Friday against the Rockies in a game that the Cubs had 4 errors, but the young righty looks pretty solid, Todd. Oh,
he looked great. I'll be honest. That's the one thing that he extracted from last, I believe it was Saturday's start, was that he did throw the ball very, very well. Good sinker. You saw it all game long. Worked at both sides of the plate. The changeup was good as well. Matter of fact, there was too much action on the ground because our infielders that particular day didn't want to play, I don't think. There was 4 errors. It was just a really sloppy ball game. But with that being said, I'm expecting bigger and better things today. Kyle Hendricks out there throwing, as I said, throwing the ball very, very well in the early going. Expect a lot of action on the ground. And always pay attention with St. Louis hitters, especially their veterans. Got to command both sides of the plate with that fastball, or they will start to look in one area.
Okay, well, one thing I thought was interesting, Kyle has only issued 1 walk this season. The control appears to be there. Meanwhile, Carlos Martinez looking for his 3rd win of the season. Last time out against the Reds, he gave up 3 runs in 7 innings of work. What can the Cubs expect from him this afternoon?
Well, a big heart. This guy's very, very emotional. Good guy. He's certainly getting better about that as he gets his feet under him. Accomplished that last year, 179 quality innings for the St. Louis Cardinals. But you ask around baseball, people will tell you this is the guy that's got the best stuff in the rotation. He's throwing 95 to 96 miles an hour. You're going to see the fastball. You will see the slider and the changeup as well. Occasional curveball just to kind of keep the hitters off balance. Loves to be aggressive, but sometimes can get caught up in the moment. Meaning, you know, as you watch a game go on, if the Cubs can continue to press and put runners on base, he's going to try to amp it up a notch. He's trying to go find that extra gear when he gets himself into the stretch. We'll see if Cubs hitters can zone in. You can get him a little, little off his game, if you will. And there are some clear, obvious splits going up against him, lefties to righties. Righties have struggled mightily against him. Lefties a little bit more success.
Okay, so keep grinding at the plate. Well, we have to take one more time out on Cubs Pregame Live, presented by Fields Auto Group. Before we turn it over to Lynn and JD, we'll get Holly's keys to the game, and we'll take a look around the majors where Bryce Harper continues to do Bryce Harper things, and a wild night in San Diego that ended up with one former slugger getting his first win as a big league manager.
Hate shopping for a used car because you feel like you might be buying someone else's problem? Well, with a Continental certified car, you don't have to worry. Just look for this. Buy with confidence, knowing that the car has been through an 80-point quality and safety inspection. Comes with a 30-day, 1,000-mile warranty. And get this, a 3-day exchange policy. So check out our huge selection of Continental certified cars only at Continental Motors. 10 brands, 8 locations, thousands of choices. Only at Continental Motors and ContinentalMotors.com.
This program on Comcast Sportsnet is brought to you by ATI Physical Therapy, taking physical therapy to a higher level. Ask your doctor about ATI Physical Therapy.
Great things start in garages. Like the start of your perfect Honda collection with great deals during the Honda Dream Garage sales event.
Including the all-new Honda Civic. The best-selling car in its class now has a redesigned exterior.
Nice wheels. Care to upgrade?
Yeah, hey, yes, I do. Hurry in. You've got a garage to fill.
The Honda Dream Garage sales event has great deals on the all-new Civic. Now at your Honda dealer.
Chicago's favorite spot for prime steaks, the freshest seafood, and world-famous Florida stone crab. Come on down to Joe's.
Oh, yeah. Right there.
Oh, you got a nickel back there.
When we say a healthcare company should treat you like family, we mean more like this.
It's gonna be okay. And I'll be right here if you need me.
Really?
Really.
You deserve compassion. You deserve Molina Healthcare, your extended family. For more information, call 877-751-6672.
Ava, your bike is fixed.
Thanks, Mom. Dad to Captain Ava, don't go too far.
Remember when we were children and we believed any dream was possible? Was it because there was always someone there protecting us, giving us the confidence to believe?
Got it. Let me see it.
At American Family Insurance, we'd like to be there protecting you in the dreams you pursue today. Insure carefully, dream fearlessly.
You're watching Cubs pregame live, presented by Fields Auto Group.
For the first time since 1914, the Cubs have won 7 of their first 8 road games. They'll look to improve that number this afternoon as they try to finish off the 3-game sweep of the Cardinals. First pitch coming your way at 12:45 right here on Comcast Sportsnet. Welcome back to Cubs pregame live, presented by Fields Auto Group. A getaway matinee for the Cubs this afternoon in St. Louis. We'll take you right up to first pitch. And meanwhile, we're going to take a look at a couple other stories from around the majors last night. We start in Miami just 6 days after hitting his first Major League Grand Slam. Bryce Harper hits number 2, helped lead the Nationals to a 7-0 win over the Marlins. What an April for the reigning MVP. Harper now homered in 5 of his last 6 games. Todd, what's been the key to easily the best start of his young career?
I'm not sure there's necessarily one key other than, to talk about talent right off the top.
Sure.
But I think a lot of the conversation is in comparison to, you can remember Barry Bonds, what he has been able to do, what Bonds did throughout his career, and how it compares to what we see in Bryce Harper. The sky's the limit. This is not a guy that you put limits on. It's not like, well, he's going to plateau at 100 RBIs in one season. I'm not sure where this goes, but right now he is becoming the predominant force in the game of baseball. And what we're watching is anytime there's given an opportunity to pitch to him, he's making you pay. And that's just the ultimate respect, the ultimate compliment that you could give any young hitter. Let's not forget, he's one of the youngest guys in the game right now. That's what's so amazing about all of this. He's got the power, he's got the discipline, he uses the field. I mean, I've watched him go game winner down the left field line off a lefty already. He's game planning well. And right now, my understanding is, and a couple people that I've talked to about this, he's really starting to understand when he's going to get pitched to, when he's not going to get pitched to, and not getting frustrated by it. That's absolutely a huge hurdle to get over. So many players, especially elites in our sport, great hitters, want to be given the opportunity to contribute, and a lot of times you're pitched around. I used to talk about the meetings that we have in the clubhouses in regards to the team's best player. You eliminate those guys. You don't want Bryce Harper beating you, but he's got some guys around him right now, and Murphy, who's been hot, he's been getting some pitches to hit, 20 RBIs in the season already.
Good point. Hard to believe how mature he is at such a young age in terms of game. Well, meanwhile, an odd play out in San Diego last night. Pirates' Andrew McCutchen on third, Colin Ray on the mound for the Friars, and Kutch is awarded home plate after a balk is called. The umpires, however, get together, talk about this, and then reverse their call. So McCutchen, he heads back to third. But then Pirates manager Clint Hurdle comes out to argue. The umps get together again and reverse their call again, allowing McCutchen to score. At this point, Padres manager Andy Green, he loses it, as you see here. He's ejected. Padres do win this game with Mark McGwire taking over as skip. But Holly, what do you make of all this?
Well, the umpires let this get out of control. Clint Hurdle never should have been given the opportunity to come back out and argue a balk call, which is the rules of baseball. Again, a lot of miscommunication there. They did get the call ultimately right. The Padres got the win ultimately. They should have protested the game. The bottom line is this. I don't know why. I don't have any idea why the umpires allowed both managers to get involved the way that they did. Specifically, the fact that when something's being discussed, like a balk, that they're not talking to both managers at the exact same time. They separated the conversation, one with Hurdle, one with Green.
Good point. What a bizarre start to the season for San Diego. Well, it's about that time. Let's get to our Fields Auto Group keys to the game. Holly, take it away.
Well, particularly a victory. Let's see this get done. I want to see a sweep. I like it. All right, the lefties. We got 6 of our 8 regulars are going to be left-handed hitters today, going up against Carlos Martinez. I talked about it just a little bit, those splits. So far this season and throughout his career, Carlos Martinez has struggled with the lefties just a little bit more. On this season, you see a 250, 344, 429 stat line for the left-handed hitters, 143 across the board for the righties. That's why you only see a couple of them in there today. So look for our lefties to be able to do some damage and hopefully get some rhythm. The stretch. Carlos Martinez has some issues. Now you can get, we talk about a high leverage, emotional player guy, Carlos Martinez. He's got the biggest fastball in this rotation. He can blow you away. His strikeout rate, interestingly enough, goes up when he's out of the stretch. At the same time, so does batting average on balls in play. And what that tells me is he's looking for you as a hitter to expand the strike zone. So the Cubs' best at-bats might be right there when they get him in the stretch. Inside edge, real simple. Kyle Hendricks pitching to both sides of the plate.
Okay, and our key performers real quick. I'm going to go with Anthony Rizzo for Cap. He's 3 for 12 against Martinez in his career, and hey, he's due.
Crew's going with Jason Hayward. Jay-Hay, they think he's going to bust out of it today. I am going with Dexter Fowler. I am riding the hot hand, and I want to jump all over Cap and continue to pummel him this year. That's what I want, so I'm going to do it.
Alrighty then. Well, thanks for watching Cubs Pregame Live, presented by Fields Auto Group. Madden and Company go for the sweep in St. Louis. Lynn and JD have the call from Bush in just a few moments. Todd and I will see you back here after the contest for Cubs Postgame Live. Enjoy the game, everyone.
They treat you like you're their best friend or your family. It's almost like they can't do enough for you.
Hello, I'm Dan Fields of the Fields Auto Group. We simply treat people the way we want to be treated.
I get a personal treatment here, and I recommend it.
It includes our free loaners, free car washes, and cafes. It's all part of the Fields Matters program.
I'm looking for the best price, and Fields gives you that. That's why we've bought so many cars from them.
Fields matters because you matter.
FieldsAuto.com. What would we be without our mountains? Without the things that stand in our way, that make us better? At Coors, our mountain is brewing the world's most refreshing beer. Lagered, filtered, and packaged cold. Our mountains make us who we are. Your mountains make you who you are. Whatever your mountain, climb on.
Wow, bear season was incredible, but it was absolutely freezing. So Wrigleyville Sports helped me warm up for bull season. They were on fire all year long. Then came the Blackhawks, and they got hot too. But now the boys of summer are back, and it's time to head to the south side. On second thought, it's a perfect day to get some sun in the bleachers.
For small business owners, there's never enough time in the day. Carly goes from cooking for 3 people to catering for 300. Basically, we're her back office. Whether it's having flyers available at her venues, banners, posters.
We'll be here to help tell her story.
And she knows that. Carly knows that.
From printing to packing, shipping to marketing, together, there's nothing we can't solve. Go to a UPS store today to see how.
Chicago Cubs baseball on CSN. It's presented to you by State Farm. Today, the Cubs go for a 3-game series sweep over the St. Louis Cardinals here on Comcast Sportsnet. Overcast, mild temperatures as the Cubs and Cardinals battle in the series finale. Great to have you with us for Cubs baseball here on CSN. Jim DeShays and Len Casper, 2-1 win for the Cubs last night.
Jason Hamill, kind of like the big kid in Little League, dominating the game last night, pitching 6 shutout innings and driving in the only runs of the ball game. For the Cubs, let's review the video. Hamill with 6 strikeouts, didn't walk anybody. That slider, obviously a great weapon for him. It was again last night. He's made 3 starts. Now he's 2-0, has an ERA of 1. Here's the base hit I was talking about. Drives in 2. And that's all the Cubs would need as they hang on to win 2-1. It wasn't a one-man show, however. Jason Hayward with that big play from right field, throwing out Matt Holliday at home plate.
So Hayward without a hit in the series, although he's hit several balls hard. The defense has been a big factor. Hector Rondon, his first appearance in over a week. He notches the save. Only the second one-run decision for the Cubs this year. So they're 5-0 against the National League Central. Interestingly enough, JD, the Cardinals are 0-5 against the Pirates and the Cubs.
Yeah, they were swept in their season opening series in Pittsburgh, and their bats have gone quiet. Coming into this series, the Cardinals had averaged about 9 runs per game over the last week. They've managed just 1 here in the first 2 games of this series.
That tells you how good the pitching is for the Pirates and the Cubs, right?
Yeah, indeed. Absolutely. And they were playing some weak sisters in that stretch, too, where they were scoring all those runs.
All right, we'll have a studio update, and then we'll talk some starting pitching as Kyle Hendricks will take the ball today. Cubs looking for their first sweep in a 3-game series in this ballpark since 2010.
Ford is America's best-selling brand, and you can see why. Ford Fusion has the turbocharged power and efficiency of the EcoBoost engine and handles almost any condition with intelligent all-wheel drive. Plus, Focus offers next-generation voice-activated Sync 3 technology. Now get a Focus with 0% financing for 60 months, plus $1,000 bonus cash.
Huge spring sell-off during the spring clearance event at Feeney Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram in Elgin. Get our lowest prices on our entire inventory. Cars, trucks, minivans, and more Jeeps than we need. All with 0% financing available. Look at this 2016 Wrangler, just $299 a month. Or a 2016 Ram 1500 Quad Cab, $299 a month. Both with 0 due. Or this 2016 Dodge Caravan, only $16,997. Find it at Feeney. FeeneyAutos.com.
The simple truth is, sometimes life isn't just. Someone crosses over the line, the best laid plans fail, or the sky falls, and lives are changed forever, and people suffer. And when that happens, you might find a system that is not just. That's the reason I began my career, because even when life isn't just, there can be justice, and everyone deserves justice.
Hey there, everyone. Kelly Crawl back in our downtown Chicago studios. We'll get you back to St. Louis for first pitch in just a minute. Cubs going for the sweep, leading the way. Dexter Fowler, who has reached base 31 times so far this season, tops in the majors, and manager Joe Madden sees some differences in Fowler's swing from a year ago.
From a technical perspective, I think his left-handed swing is better. I mean, that's, I don't know. I know he's done a lot of work on that, meaning he's not drifting as much to the ball. He's got his swing more under control. He's not chasing as much from that side. I think he's just seeing the ball better from the left side right now. I see strength as being different, or maybe balance, and that could be the core strength that he feels like that he has. But beyond that, I think he's made some nice mechanical, physical adjustments too.
Dexter hitting .375 leading off this afternoon. Switching gears, game 4 between the Blues and Hawks from the United Center. We're tied at 1 in the second period. On the power play, that's Duncan Keith burying his second goal of the series. Hawks take a 2-1 lead, but the Blues answer right back. St. Louis with a power play. Vladimir Tarasenko with the wrister, his second goal of the game, and we're back even at 2. We head to the third period, more Blues. St. Louis on the power play again. Jaden Schwartz this time in the right place at the right time. Scores on the rebound, and the Blues back on top 3-2. Alexander Steen would add to that lead as he picks off the pass at center ice all alone, and he registers his first point of the series. It's a big one as the Hawks drop game 4, 4-3, and they need some of that 2013 magic when they came back from a 3-1 deficit against Detroit if they want to move on.
Well, it's one game. That's all it is. It's one game we're focusing on. We're going to move past this one right away and focus on the next one, and that's all it is.
Just like one game at a time. It's like what we've done all series, so we're not going to change anything. We're going to play hard, play the way we can play.
We got to, regroup tomorrow, move to St. Louis, get excited. No pressure. Go try to win one game and come back here for game 6. That's got to be the mindset.
Meanwhile, Sun-Times' Mark Lazarus is reporting the NHL is looking into whether or not Andrew Shaw used a homophobic slur late in the game after being called for a penalty. Shaw was seen yelling at the referee after being called for a cross-check. Here's what Shaw had to say after the game.
A couple of seconds are put on the...
Emotions are high. I don't know what's said, and like I said, I was obviously upset with the call, and being that late in the game, it doesn't give us a chance to tie it up.
You didn't use a slur then?
No, I mean, like I just said, I can repeat myself for you. Emotions are high. I don't know what was said, and obviously I was upset with the call, and it's late in the game like that, so I wasn't happy with the call.
And a few moments ago, Shaw spoke to the media and had this to say, quote, "I am sincerely sorry for the insensitive remarks that I made last night while in the penalty box. When I saw the video, it was evident that what I did was wrong. I know my words were hurtful, and I will learn from my mistake," end quote. Well, that's going to do it from our downtown Chicago studios for now. First pitch between the Cubs and Cardinals is coming up next. We'll see you after the game for post-game right here on Comcast Sportsnet.
And the #1 window and door company in America is...
Feldco.
To celebrate this amazing achievement, Feldco is offering 2 windows for the price of 1, with no money down and no interest for 1 year.
On behalf of the entire Feldco team, thank you. And remember, 2 windows for the price of 1 ends soon. So hurry. Call now.
For quality windows, siding, and doors, call 866 for Feldco.
Nobody should go to bed hungry.
That's where our friends at Benny's Beverage Depot are going to bat for the Greater Chicago Food Depository.
Every time the Cubs leadoff man gets a hit, Benny's donates $100 to help feed hungry families in Chicagoland.
That calls for a toast.
T-Mobile hit it out of the park. We doubled our LTE coverage to cover over 305 million Americans. And our new extended range LTE goes 2 times farther and works 4 times better in buildings than before. Switch to T-Mobile for major league coverage today.
We're not telling you how to use your garage.
I am bored.
But you could fill it with awesome products from the Honda Dream Garage sales event, like the Odyssey or the restyled Accord. They're a 2015 IIHS top safety pick with standard rear view camera.
Thank you.
Get moving to your Honda dealer. You've got a garage to fill. Get a great deal at the Honda Dream Garage sales event. Now at your Honda dealer.
Picture this, 7 p.m. Traffic jam, buses running late, takeouts getting cold, and you're missing the Hawks.
It's cleared to center for Taves. He got a breakaway.
But all you have to do is follow @CSN Blackhawks on Twitter and leave the rest up to us.
Check your phone. Tracy Myers already tweeted you Captain Taves' amazing goal.
He scores! 2 goals from Jonathan Taves, and the Hawks up a pair.
Cubs baseball on CSN Chicago is brought to you in part by your Chicago area and Northwest Indiana Lexus dealer, who invites you to test drive a Lexus today. Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Illinois. Through it all. Ford, inviting you to check out their fuel-efficient lineup at your local Ford store or at localfordstores.com. And by Southwest Airlines. Transparency. Low fares. Nothing to hide.
Back here at St. Louis, big crowd expected as the Cubs go for the sweep. We'll head to Cincinnati for 4 after this one. And now let's talk some pitching. Kyle Hendricks goes today for the Cubs.
Kyle Hendricks and Carlos Martinez for the Cardinals. They're both right-handed. The similarities pretty much end there. Hendricks, the finesse guy. Martinez can reach 99 miles an hour with the fastball. Last time out for Kyle, a loss against the Rockies. Allowed 4 runs, 2 earned in 6 innings. Didn't walk anybody. He's only walked 1 so far this year. Martinez, the Cubs saw a lot of him last year. He made 4 starts, plus 1 relief appearance, 2-0 with a 5.24 earned run average.
Well, I guess you can't lose a pennant in April, but, you know, the Cubs could go 5 games up early, so why not take advantage?
Why not? Get it done. Would be their first sweep here since 2010.
All right, the Cubs and the Cardinals, game 3 of 19 here in 2016. The Cubs pitching has held St. Louis to just 1 run so far in the series. First pitch and all the action next.
Hi, how can I help you?
Hi, we're on the adventure of a lifetime, and we need something that can keep up.
Well, the RAV4 is tech-savvy, has an NHTSA 5-star overall safety rating, and plenty of cargo space for your gear so you'll be ready for anything. Now, what kind of adventure are we talking about?
You're looking at him.
Aw, double trouble.
Right now, get 0% APR for 60 months on a new 2016 RAV4, or lease RAV4 for only $209 a month. Toyota, let's go places.
With T-Mobile, you pay $95 a month for a smaller network, and monthly taxes and fees are always extra. With Cricket, you get an unlimited plan on a bigger network for $65 a month after $5 autopay credit. And monthly taxes and fees are always included. Looks like T-Mobile's not all it's cracked up to be. And now, for a limited time, switch to Cricket and get a $50 bill credit. Cricket Wireless. Something to smile about.
New Ford SUVs have great technology that helps you feel unstoppable. Turbocharged EcoBoost engines merge exhilarating power with great fuel efficiency, while new voice-activated Sync 3 keeps you connected with an easy-to-use design. And even when your hands are full, your foot can lend a hand. Now get an Escape with 0% financing for 60 months, plus $1,000 bonus cash.
If you're always playing it safe, are you really even playing?
Hey, Jack. When you have a BMO Harris Blackhawks debit MasterCard, it's like the team is always with you.
Observe.
Huh?
Spot of tea, madam.
Yes, please.
Happy birthday!
Apply for your Blackhawks fan card today. BMO Harris Bank. We're here to help.
If today's Cubs leadoff man gets a hit, Binny's Beverage Depot will donate $100 to the Greater Chicago Food Depository. Here's is the Cubs Southwest starting lineup. Dexter Fowler off to a great start, leading the majors in OPS. Hayward, Zobrist, Rizzo. Chris Bryant's going to play left. Tommy Listella's at third. Miguel Montero catching. Javier Baez in for Addison Russell. And Kyle Hendricks, the pitcher.
Cardinals have committed 15 errors this year. That's the most in Major League Baseball. The guys up the middle, Diaz and Wong, have combined to make 7 errors. So it's Holiday, Grichuk, Piscotty in the outfield. Carpenter, Diaz, Wong, Adams third to first. Molina behind the plate, and Alexis pursuing perfection. Starting pitcher for the Cardinals here this afternoon is fireballing right-hander Carlos Martinez, 24 years of age. Stands 6 foot even, $1.85. The 2 starts, he's won them both, has a 3.46 ERA.
Let's get the umpires for today. Sam Holbrook is behind the plate. Rob Drake at first. Carlos Torres at second. Jerry Davis, the crew chief, is at third. We're having some technical issues here at the ballpark with the pitch readouts and pitch tracks, so they're working on it. And we hope to have that information ready for you very soon as Martinez.
96. It's going to be audible pitch tracks.
Okay, got it. Had some good life on it for sure. The 0-1 is outside. 1 ball, 1 strike. Lights are on. It's overcast. We might get some rain. We were very fortunate to not get rain last night.
It was pretty wet out this morning. Field's in good shape now, however. Martinez gets a good run on that 2-seam fastball away from the lefties, in on the right-handed hitters.
Fouled out of play. We're saying 69 degrees at game time. Cardinals really missed Martinez in the playoffs last year. That's in the dirt. He was shut down in late September with shoulder issues.
From Puerto Plata in the Dominican Republic, he has drawn comparisons to the Hall of Famer Pedro Martinez, not just because of the name, but because of the build and the stuff.
Swing and a miss, strike 3 to start the ball game.
Might have been the changeup. Looked like Fowler was out in front of it. Boy, we've seen a ton of that from the Cardinals pitching staff in this series.
Here's Jason Hayward. Has definitely had an impact on this series, even though he's gone 0 for 9. Several hard hit balls, and it's the defense that has really stood out. 2 sliding grabs in game 1 and nailed Matt Holliday at the plate in game 2 to keep the Cubs in the lead, and they would win it 2-1. And I crunched some numbers on Hayward. He's hitting 170 here in the early going, but his batting average on balls in play is 225. His career number is 309, so that should go way up. His line drive rate is well above average at 30%.
Yeah, and when you hit the ball that hard, that batting average on balls in play is usually well above average. So there's been a lot of misfortune for Hayward to this point.
And if you're wondering about how balls in play and the batting average works, the major league average is roughly around 290 to 300 depending on the season. So if you see a guy like Hayward down in the low 200s, those things tend to even out. And if you see a guy at 390, it'll probably go down. There's a line drive and it drops.
Yeah, especially the guy that's, as you mentioned, making all that hard contact with that high line drive percentage. Sooner or later, the hits are going to fall.
A little bit off the end of the bat and well placed. Yeah, it's easy to say hit them where they ain't. That's the old baseball adage, but it's a lot harder to do now than ever before.
Yeah, with all the advanced scouting and the shifting.
Here's Ben Zobrist. Long pause by Martinez, and the pitch is in for a strike.
Well, you know all about Molina with all the Gold Gloves. A very high caught stealing percentage throughout his career, and Martinez has been tough to run on. That guy has a lot to do with it for sure, but 8 successful, 9 caught against Martinez in his career. Oh, less than a break-even proposition when you try to run against this tandem.
Martinez not afraid to show his emotions out there.
He buckled on that one.
Molina looking into his own dugout. Now gives the sign to Martinez, and a 1-1 is outside.
Yeah, and Martinez, you know, he gets a lot of ground ball outs too. So he's a power guy who can rack up the strikeouts, but he also gets a lot of ground ball outs. So he's the kind of guy you'd like to start some runners against. More likely to play hit and run than straight steal. And this is a good count to do that on. You got a good guy in the box too.
Swing and a miss. So the man armed with the big fastball has been successful with his off speed here in the first inning.
Boy, we saw it from Jaime Garcia last night, through a ton of changeups. All the guys coming out of their bullpen feature good changeups, just about all of them.
Good lead by Hayward. Not running the 2-2 on the outside corner to freeze Zobrist.
Well, I think that ball's off the edge. Quality pitch though, and you can't fault Zobrist for laying off. There's not a whole lot you're going to do with it.
That will bring up Anthony Rizzo, hitless over his last 3 games. So he's got a 163 batting average, but he's knocked in 11 in 14 games, making his hits count, and he's also batted with 12 more runners on base than the average hitter with his amount of plate appearances early. So if you extrapolate that over the course of a major league season, he is going to have a ton of RBI opportunities this year. And the pitch. Ball 1.
Yeah, well, he and Bryant should really benefit from the addition of Zobrist and Hayward to this lineup. Those guys create a lot of traffic. They'll have ample opportunities to drive them home.
Just getting started. Top of the first inning. 2 outs, and Rizzo takes a strike. Another one on that outside edge.
Yeah, and he called that one that Martinez wanted in that sequence was Zobrist. A ball that was probably on the plate, but he ruled it inside. So it looks like he may be just going to be a little generous off that outside corner. And hitters are going to have to make it a bit of an adjustment.
Now 2-1. It's an anniversary today. It was April 20th, 1916, when the Chicago National League Ball Club played its first game in its new home. It was Weekman Park back in 1916. 10 years later, it would become Wrigley Field. I think it was Cubs Park there in the interim too. Fly ball, center field, well hit. To the wall. And caught. Randall Grichuk just stole away a home run from Anthony Rizzo. A leaping grab at the barrier instead of 2-0. We are scoreless as the Cardinals are coming up.
Meet the product development experts at Turtle Wax. They created the 2016 Product of the Year Dashing Glass, as voted by consumers. And that same forward thinking led to Max Power Car Wash. It's the only car wash where the more you add, the stronger it cleans. Use this much to tackle dirt and grime, this much for bugs, salt, and mud, and this much for the toughest stains like brake dust and tree sap. Is there anything this wash can't clean? Turtle Wax. Trusted innovation inside and out.
Heineken is served in 192 countries. It's world famous, like me. Excuse me.
Antonio Banderas!
Enjoyed in 192 countries. There's more behind the star.
With T-Mobile, you pay $95 a month for a smaller network, and monthly taxes and fees are always extra. With Cricket, you get an unlimited plan on a bigger network for $65 a month after $5 auto-pay credit. And monthly taxes and fees are always included. Looks like T-Mobile's not all it's cracked up to be. And now for a limited time, switch to Cricket and get a $50 bill credit. Cricket Wireless. Something to smile about.
Taking the hassle out of yard work just got even easier. During the Echo National Sales Event, get a pro-grade Echo trimmer or handheld blower for only $149.99 each, backed by a 5-year warranty. But hurry, these deals will be gone before you know it. So take back your yard with Echo.
One of the Cardinal problems has been defense, but possibly a game-changing play in the top of the first. Let's look at their Southwest starting lineup. Matt Carpenter third, Piscotty is in right, Matt Holliday plays left, Matt Adams gets his second straight start at first, Grichuk just made the catch, he's in center, Molina, Wong, and Diaz ahead of the pitcher Carlos Martinez.
Cubs with a different look this afternoon defensively. Chris Bryant gets a start in left. Fowler and Hayward at center and right. Tommy La Stella in there at third today. And Javi Baez will get his second start at shortstop. Zobrist and Rizzo on the right side. Montero behind the plate. Lexus pursuing perfection starting pitcher. The sinker baller, the professor, Kyle Hendricks. 1-1, 284 through 2 starts.
And a strike on Matt Carpenter. You saw on the lineup card, Carpenter 6 out of 10 against Hendricks. 2 hits, a walk, 3 strikeouts in the series for Carpenter.
It's kind of a free strike first pitch to Carpenter to start a ball game. He's very patient. Sinkers, changeups, cutters, and a curveball for Hendricks. And you talk about pounding the strike zone, man, he's on the attack against the Rockies. 85 pitches, 68 for strikes.
Yeah, he felt like he threw the ball pretty well, even though he took the loss. And his pitching coach agreed. Thought he was very good. 48th career start. Hendricks with a 3.46 earned run average at this level, and Carpenter couldn't hold up. That's a strikeout. So Matt Carpenter has struck out 4 times in 8 at-bats in the series.
Well, we're talking about the Cardinals and all the changeups they've featured. There's a dandy from Hendricks. That's a big weapon for him, and Carpenter well out in front of it. Yeah, the Cubs, that's a game they had the defensive meltdown. They committed 4 errors in that ball game in Hendricks' last start.
Strike on Stephen Piscotty. 0 for 5 in the first 2 games. Hendricks likes to work quickly. It's 0-2. Fastball at 88. We saw him around 86 early on. But velocity not a big deal for Hendricks.
No, he's willing to sacrifice velocity to get movement. That's a dandy. That's probably strike 3.
That's about as much emotion as you'll see out of Hendricks. Kind of a half-second pause. On the ground, and it gets past La Stella. That ball came up on him a little bit. Piscotti to second. And he'll stand there. We'll see how they score it. Boy, it is a game of inches. Hendricks thought he had strike 3 called, and on the next pitch, Piscotti reaches.
Yeah, so he's talking to Sam Holbrook now, asking where that pitch was. So Holbrook perhaps squeezed him, and then Tommy couldn't make the play on this one. Not an easy chance, but looked like he was going to be able to make a play on that ball. Probably be a 2-base hit.
And it is a double. And it'll bring up Matt Holliday, 6 for 12 with 2 homers against Hendricks. Cardinals 7-7. That includes 0-5 against the Pirates and the Cubs. High fly to left. Bryant back at the wall. It's gone. 2-run homer, Matt Holliday, and the ball is jumping today. On both Rizzo and Holliday's deep flies, neither had a chance.
Yeah, I'm with you, and especially with that launch angle, you see the ball hit that high. Normally, it's not going to carry out of the ballpark, especially this yard. Kind of hoping Bryant would be able to make a play on that ball to pay back Grichuk, but he could not. This ball drifts into the swing of Holliday. It's his 3rd home run of the year. He continues to have success against Kyle Hendricks.
Career homer number 278. And he now has 1,100 career RBIs. So that's their first homer of the series.
First long ball allowed by Hendricks this year.
362 well-placed feet. He just got it out. Fouled back by Matt Adams, 1-2. Wow, how about that turnaround? Cubs thought they were up 2-0. And Grichuk took away a homer from Rizzo. And a few batters later, it's 2-0 St. Louis.
Kyle elevating that pitch at 87, so he's got to get back down around the knees.
Swing and a miss on the changeup for strike 3. So 2 strikeouts on the change.
Little River Band. Cool Change. It's a good song. It was a good pitch.
I'll have to Spotify it after the game. Here's Grichuk. 2nd consecutive start and 11th overall this year. Bounced up there, and it's 1-1. Clouds have darkened a little bit here in downtown St. Louis. Lights are on, as I mentioned.
Yeah, in reality and metaphorically.
Yeah. Well, let's go back to the home run saving catcher, Xfinity high-speed action. He timed it well.
Cardinal fans will be reminded of Jimmy Edmonds, the Gold Glover, with a play like that. And Grichuk, an outstanding athlete. course, I guess you don't play center field in the major leagues unless you're an outstanding athlete. Yeah.
Two hit very well. Fowler has it. Ball almost popped out of his mitt, but he makes the grab on the warning track to end the inning. Holiday with a homer. It's 2-0 after 1.
I am never getting married. Never. Guaranteed.
You picked a beautiful ring.
Thank you. We're never having kids. Breathe.
A little bit here.
We are never moving to the suburbs. We are never getting one of those. We're never having another kid.
I'm pregnant.
I'm never letting go.
For all the nevers in life, State Farm is there.
No thanks, I have X1 from Xfinity, so.
Don't fall for DirecTV. Xfinity lets you download your shows from anywhere. Sign up today or get started with this great offer. Call or go online today.
I used to like that song.
I have a list.
Okay.
So, she needs automatic emergency braking, blind spot detection, and lane departure warning.
All available on the Elantra and Sonata.
And a better warranty than Toyota, Nissan, or Chevy.
America's best warranty, standard with every Hyundai.
Let's check in with the boss.
Okay. Sorry, excuse me.
We'll take both.
Hurry in and lease the 2016 Sonata for just $145 a month.
Just one.
She seems like a great boss.
Cubs baseball on CSN is presented to you by State Farm. So 2-0 Cardinals. A couple of nice defensive plays by the center fielders here early. And despite the fact that Anthony Rizzo was robbed of a home run, Holiday was not. The one thing I like about this park, and I wish there was more of it around baseball, are the low fences.
Guys can
just the idea
elevate,
that guys
rob a home
can
run. Sure.
make those types of plays. But we'd prefer Randall Grichuk to stop doing that for the rest of the day. As Bryant fouls, he's playing left.
Yeah, he had his one shining moment. That's enough for one day. It's going to be on all the highlight shows tonight. That's a high one.
And it's caught by the second baseman, Wong.
Hey folks, this is your last chance to sign up for this Saturday's Race to Wrigley charity run presented by ATI Physical Therapy. Don't miss out on the fun 5K run. Cubs Charities will donate proceeds to support critical care needs for pediatric patients in Chicago through Advocate Children's Hospital. Sign up at racetowrigley.com.
Tommy La Stella making his third start in 2016. And takes a pitch outside for ball one. Martinez was a shortstop growing up, switched to the mound just before he signed with Boston 2009. That contract ended up being voided.
We've seen heater, changeup, and now sharp breaking ball, kind of a slurvy breaking pitch.
Martinez wears number 18 now in honor of the late Oscar Taveras, his friend and teammate who died in a car accident 2 off seasons ago. Three and two.
Well, he went changeup in this situation with Fowler. Heater here.
And ball 4.
14-7 last year for Martinez with a 3.01 earned run average. They've got a very talented, very deep rotation. Everybody in their rotation, except for Mike Leake, has had a pretty significant arm injury in over the last 2 or 3 years. So that has to be of some concern to the Cardinals.
Martinez starting the year in the 5th spot behind Wainwright, Waka, Leake, and Garcia. Montero fouls out of play.
Yeah, so 5th starter in terms of how they've used him. In terms of stuff, he's probably got the best stuff on their club. If you were to take their pitching staff and have a draft, he would be the first pick.
He's gotten a lot of run support, and that has continued here early today.
Would they score 26 runs for him, I think, in his first 2 starts?
Yeah, 12-2, 14-3. And fouled back. That'll change quite a bit. Nobody's going to end the year with 13 runs in support every time out, but
if he does, you're probably going to have a 25-game winner on your hands.
Called strike 3.
A backdoor breaking ball starts off the plate and runs back to the outside corner.
You know, we've seen it a lot here early, JD, but I think it's going to continue because of the approach of the Cub hitters. They're going to have a lot of stare downs with home plate umpires this year because they are going to take some called strike 3s on pitches they don't think are in the zone. I think more so than a lot of other clubs, as they stick with their approach. Baez takes a strike.
Well, that's just filthy there. Throwing a ball across to the outside corner at 97. Yeah, now Montero, that last pitch, was borderline, could have gone either way. There was a couple calls against him last night that were well off the outside corner, so you could see the frustration level probably starting to climb on Montero a little bit.
So all this theoretical talk about a computerized strike zone, are we in agreement that if that ever happened, there would be a lot fewer strikes called? Or would
I don't know. I haven't really thought that one through.
Would we possibly argue over that? Because it just feels like there aren't nearly as many strikes that are called balls. Now, I could be totally wrong.
Yeah, I don't know. That's the ex-pitcher in me likes to think the other way, but you could be right.
I mean, we use pitch tracks every day, and it looks like there are more pitches that are outside the box that are called strikes than the other way around. Two and two.
The one you see a lot of pitches at the top of the zone that will show up in our little grid as strikes that are called balls.
That might be the only area.
Down and out especially seems like there's more strikes.
Baez sends one in the air. Piscotty was playing deep, so he only had to go back a couple of steps onto the dirt to end the inning. It's 2-0 Cardinals early.
Hey, Chicago, when did paying for airfare become so unfair? At Southwest, we believe in transparency. Transparency means we don't dream up ways we can trick you into paying more. It's why we still let 2 bags fly free and don't have change fees. So our low fares stay low. Just the way you like it.
I could get used to this.
I could get used to this.
The luxuriously transformed 2016 Lexus ES and ES Hybrid.
I could get used to this.
Once you experience this level of luxury,
I could get used to this.
there's no going back. Lease the 2016 ES 350 for $339 a month for 36 months. See your Lexus dealer.
Follow In-Game Live on CSNChicago.com, presented by State Farm. You got to go up in the arch.
Get in that little pod.
I've done it once.
Yeah, I did it years ago. Now, could you jump off of there? Like that base jumping? You could do that, right?
I would not do that. One strike on Yadier Molina. Your buddy Buster Olney was watching, and he said if they had the computerized strike zone, pitchers would be more aggressive because they know fishing for a called strike just off the edge or catcher framing wouldn't pay off. Now that's an intriguing comment.
And when they start to work up in the zone a little bit more,
right? Yeah, I do think you'd have to adjust to it for sure. I'm just saying more like the current environment of home plate umpires and the way they call strikes versus the way a computer would call it now. But I agree with Buster that it would have to change. I mean, we've seen changes with shifting. We've seen hitters try to make adjustments that way.
Yeah, it's funny, and I've talked to a lot of hitters over the years who have said, I can live with a higher strike or a bigger zone up and down, just don't make it wider. They say that and then still think it called. If a pitch up around the letters gets called, they go nuts.
Molina gets a hold of one. Fowler tracking, and this one will bang off the wall. And Molina has a double. He hit a triple last night.
Dexter Fowler's been playing deeper this year. That's been the strategy since spring training, and that has allowed him to run some balls down. But this one really well struck by Molina. Pitched down around the knees. I think that was actually hit harder than Holiday's home run, but it didn't have the air under it, didn't carry, and obviously a bigger part of the ballpark. So 3 hits in the game for the Cardinals now, all for extra bases.
Here's a pitch. Colton Wong lines the other way. Molina just jogging to third. So first and third with nobody out.
You know, the one thing you have to guard against if you're Kyle Hendricks, in that first inning he got squeezed a couple of times, but you can't abandon ship. You got to stick with your game plan. His game plan is sinkers down, that changeup, occasional cutter. He started to elevate here, and I don't know if that's just because he's misfiring or if he feels like he has to be more aggressive in challenging the strike zone. But That's probably not going to end well for him with that approach. He's got to commit to staying down, staying with his game, and then trying to kind of bring Sam Holbrook, the home plate umpire, along, and hope Sam starts to call some of those borderline pitches strikes.
Chris Bosio out to talk it over here with the Ledmees Diaz coming up. And we'd like to welcome all our viewers watching on MTC Communications in Hancock and McDonough counties in Illinois.
According to Baseball Reference, in 1946, opening day at Wrigley Field, it was the first game televised in Cubs history. Burt Wilson did the play-by-play on WBKB. Familiar with WBKB?
I am not. 1946. Cubs will play for a double play chance here.
Diaz has had his struggles defensively. He's committed 4 errors, but doing a nice job with the bat. Made a lot of hard contact.
Oh, 0-2.
That's the Hendricks cut changeup right there.
Long pause, and the pitch gets away. Runners advance. And the Cardinals get a freebie as Molina scores. On a wild pitch. Wong at second.
Yeah, there goes a double play opportunity. Well, Miggy trying to backhand that one as opposed to blocking it.
And Wong takes off for third. A strikeout, and safe is Colton Wong. He has the second steal of the series.
Initial lead, not that aggressive, but a very nice jump, and never made him stop.
Now the infield will move in with the pitcher at the plate and 1 out.
I think he should shorten up in the outfield a little bit here too.
Look at this. Fair ball. 4-0. Martinez with a bloop RBI single over a drawn-in infield. That is his third RBI already. Looks like he should be hitting on the Cubs staff. He's 3 for 7.
There's a whole lot going on there. Big old leg kick, a lot of movement with the bat. Yeah, no matter how shallow the outfielders are, nobody's going to be positioned to catch that one.
So a Cardinal offense that had been pretty dormant the first 2 nights of the series with 4 runs early. And outside for a ball on Matt Carpenter. Cubs starting rotation the first 14 games. Everybody's gone at least 6 innings.
And quality starts in all but one of those ball games.
So that could be in jeopardy here. And the quality start thing already by the boards as Carpenter beats the relay throw.
We're going to take a look at this one.
I think they will. At second.
Video Central at first. I think Riz thought he was out at first.
Well, look at Martinez. He didn't even slide. Oh, yeah, he's out. Yep.
I think Kyle got the foot down before Carpenter got there.
What do you think of what Martinez
Yeah, what's
did?
the rule there?
He just...
If you're going to stay up, you got to peel off.
So we will have a Forsyth replay review, and this should be overturned. would move these things along if they would just ask us.
Yeah. And they just showed it on the big board here in the ballpark, and that look was pretty definitive. All the Cub players are coming off the field. They're not waiting.
Yeah, they already know.
Out.
Don't know if I've ever seen it happen quite like this. They're not going to take no for an answer at this point. The umpire's kind of chuckling.
It's just like the kids in class that leave the classroom and the teacher says, you got to wait for the bell. Wait for the bell. Never mind the bell.
4-0 St. Louis.
This copyrighted telecast is presented by the authority of the Chicago Cubs and may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form, and the accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without the express written consent of the Chicago Cubs. I'm attorney Howard Ankin. If you've been hurt at work or injured in an auto accident, I'd like to be your lawyer. Please call me at 312-600-0000. Ankin Law. Injury law. Made personal.
When you call one, you call them all.
Get $3,500 combined cash allowance plus $500 bonus cash or 0% APR for 60 months on the 2016 Dodge Grand Caravan.
There's a well-established script for building a crossover. We decided it needed a major rewrite. Stray the course. The agile Audi Q3. Unexpected luxury starts at $33,700. Experience the well-equipped Audi Q3 at your local dealer today.
Kyle Hendricks due up here, so this is kind of fun. We've got a hitting comparison. Cubs pitchers, 226, 1 home run, 7 RBIs already, 2 doubles. Player X hitting just 220 with 1 home run, 4 RBIs, and 3 doubles. The Cubs pitchers have been better than Mike Trout, best player on the planet. It's kind of fun to play with those numbers early season. So with our apologies to Mike Trout.
Yeah, how deep into the season can the Cubs staff go with a higher batting average? That's the thing, is that this is an American League lineup. The Cubs loved having the DH in Anaheim to start the year, and now the pitchers are contributing. Martinez helping his cause on the other side today. So some work to do here, trailing by 4 as Hendricks strikes out.
4th strikeout for Martinez. Jason Hamill with 2 RBI in the ball game last night. Yeah, 6 shutout and you drive in the winning runs. That's a good day of work there. That's crisp. This kid is firm. So, you know, he has that little tendency to drift off towards first base. Apparently, they've tried to work with him to stay a little more online. I don't see any real difference from what we've seen in the past.
Cardinals will hit the road out to the Western Division this weekend. Pulled foul. At San Diego and Arizona. 2-2 misses away. So I mentioned the Cardinals 0-5 against the Pirates and the Cubs. Yep. They swept the Braves in Atlanta, won 2 of 3 against Milwaukee, did the same against the Reds. Ball 4. So you talk to some people who've watched this team and they go, well, they haven't beaten anybody good yet. But here's the thing with the National League. If you win, quote, win the series you're supposed to win.
There's some teams in rebuild mode that probably aren't going to win a lot of games this season. That could be the tale of the Central, right? Which of the top tier teams can inflict the most damage against the supposed bottom feeders?
Hayward with his first hit of the series, his first time up. With the unbalanced schedule, you have so many chances against your division partners. If you go 16-3 against one of those teams, you can afford to go 7-12 against somebody else.
Yeah, and so if the Cardinals go on to win this game, talking point from the Cubs clubhouse will be, hey, we won the series. Mission accomplished. We came to St. Louis, won the first series against these guys. The Cardinal clubhouse will say, hey, it's one day at a time. We won today. And both teams would be right. That's just the nature of it.
We didn't get swept. Yeah. We avoided the worst scenario. Cubs are the only team in baseball that has yet to lose 2 games in a row. Two and one.
Funny, I remember when I was pitching having that mindset sometimes, like on a day like today, coming to the ballpark and when you're going good, I don't think you think about it too much, but when you're struggling a little bit or having a hard time winning games, you think, what are the chances we're going to come in here and sweep these guys in their ballpark in a 3-game set? I mean, that's sports psychologists would tell you that's probably not the way your mind should be working, but it happens.
Holiday will make the play.
Hey, Cub fans, the Cubs return home on Tuesday night, April 26th. 6-game homestand featuring the Brewers and the Braves. Tickets are going fast. Visit Cubs.com today and plan now for the games you would like to see. Just a reminder, metal detectors have been added at all Wrigley Field gates. Make sure you give yourself extra time to enter the ballpark. Additional information can be found at Cubs.com/security.
Back in safely.
Now you don't want to take your eyes off Molina if you're a base runner. Trying to get a good secondary so he can score on a double.
Well, there's that pitch we talked about with a potential computerized zone. You might get that call. That high pitch is sometimes hard to get as a called strike, particularly in a breaking ball.
Yeah, and there's one on the Hendricks at bat. There was one down that caught the Charlie Weaver quadrant there, lower left. That was called a ball.
It's one thing to know Hollywood squares, but to know where all the celebrities
Weaver was
were.
Always down there in the corner.
Right.
think that curveball was up in the Charo quadrant.
Backhanded play by Matt Adams on a 3-0 pitch. Hit hard, but for an out. 4-0.
Hi, how can I help you?
Hi, we're on the adventure of a lifetime, and we need something that can keep up.
Well, the RAV4 is tech-savvy, has an NHTSA 5-star overall safety rating, and plenty of cargo space for your gear so you'll be ready for anything. Now, what kind of adventure are we talking about?
You're looking at him.
Aw, double trouble.
Right now, get 0% APR for 60 months on a new 2016 RAV4, or lease RAV4 for only $209 a month. Toyota, let's go places.
Ace is a place with the helpful hardware folks.
This year, I want the best lawn on the block, man.
Ace is a place where lawn advice is always free. And speaking of free, ...
Don't miss the BOGO sale at Ace. Buy one select item, get another designated item free, now through Monday only.
T-Mobile hit it out of the park. We doubled our LTE coverage to cover over 305 million Americans. And our new extended range LTE goes 2 times farther and works 4 times better in buildings than before. Switch to T-Mobile for major league coverage today.
Today's the day. Oh, look, creepy gloves for my feet. When I was a kid, there was a handle and a face.
This is nice. And does it come in a California King?
Getting a roid rage. Hemorrhoid. These are the worst, right? I'm gonna buy them. Boom. I'll take them. Impulse buy.
American Express presents the Blue Cash Everyday Card with no annual fee.
It's all happening.
Cash back on purchases.
There we go.
Backed by the service and security of American Express.
After sweeping the Reds at Wrigley, the Cubs look to make an encore performance in Cincy. Join Len and JD for the first pitch and watch every hit, homer, and highlight. Cubs versus Reds, Major League Baseball, tomorrow at 6 on CSN.
Join CSN Chicago for a taping of Beer Money, the trivia show that tests your sports knowledge in exchange for cash. The next taping is tomorrow at 6 p.m. at McDivitt's in Palos Park. Beer Money, presented by Coors Light. Now, Hendricks giving up the 2-run homer to Holiday in the first, couple more in the second. Will face Piscotty, Holiday, and Adams here in the third. One and one. Piscotty hit 3 home runs in the division series against the Cubs last year. Homered in games 1, 3, and 4.
Hit 18 home runs combined last year between his time at Memphis and here with the big club.
This is Baez, and he makes the play.
He's smooth, isn't he?
Yes, he is, and we forget how good he is at short because we haven't seen him there a ton these last couple of years. By the way, that glove is teal.
Yeah, it's good.
That new glove Baez has.
There it is. Oh, see, it's teal with blue accents.
Yes, I think he's got his siblings' names stitched in. Man, when I was 12, I'd have been all over that glove.
Oh, man, how cool would that be?
Oh, yeah.
Show up at the park with that. You better be able to play, though. You make that kind of a fashion statement. Can't be out there kicking it around.
Holiday, a 2-run homer in the first. 1 ball and 2 strikes. Cubs' next opponent already underway, and Reds have a 3-2 lead over the Rockies in the 7th inning at Great American Ballpark.
One of the strategies against Holiday is action inside, power stuff with life in on the hands, but Hendricks isn't a real hard thrower.
Hard hit ground ball right into the shift. That's Zobrist, the second baseman, on the other side of the bag.
Well, you may have a scouting report on how to attack a hitter, but it might not apply to everybody on your staff, so you have to adjust accordingly.
One question I get a lot from fans on the shift is, well, pitchers have to pitch to the shift, and the answer to that is generally no. That the prevailing thought, and I think the Holiday at bat just showed it, is that guys hit the ball where they generally hit the ball.
Right. It's about hitter tendency, swing path, where they hit the ball. It's not specific to the pitcher, and the pitcher's not going to, or very few pitchers anyway, are going to pitch with that in mind. Now, as you deploy your defenders, you're going to be aware of who's pitching, and yeah, he's more likely to pull this guy, or he's more likely to, we're going to play a step more in the hole with a certain pitcher on the mound.
So you see Hendricks working the edges, right? And the lower outside part of the plate while they're playing Adams to pull on the ground. Where was that? Where was that?
Well, yeah, because at least one of those off the plate was called a strike, and that one was called a ball. So
this one will be caught. Chris Bryant lays out and robs Matt Adams of a base hit. He's not just an infielder, folks. Joe thinks he could play shortstop too.
Nice car. Not so nice scratch. Wouldn't it be nice if removing ugly scratches from your car was this easy? Now with new Finish Scratch Doctor, removing surface scratches is easy. In fact, independent laboratory tests have proven Scratch Doctor to be the best scratch remover available. Scratch Doctor with advanced microtechnology also removes paint scrapes, scuffs, haze, and swirl marks. So get Scratch Doctor.
#1 rated Scratch Doctor. Available at O'Reilly Auto, Home Depot, Pep Boys, Target, AutoZone, Walmart, and other leading stores.
Nissan's family of crossovers with intuitive all-wheel drive. See driving in a more confident light. For a limited time, lease Rogue, just $189 per month, or get 0% financing for up to 36 months. Take on Mother Nature. Shop ChooseNissan.com.
From the first building block to the last coat of paint, Menards is here to help you build all of your projects with an 11% rebate on everything. Menards has a huge selection of Mastercraft doors in stock. Take one home and install it today. Select sizes of this DuraCore primed interior door are only $62.29 after 11% rebate. Stop in for an 11% rebate on everything now at Menards.
Save big money at Menards.
Join CSN Chicago for a taping of Beer Money tomorrow night at McDivitt's in Palos Park at 6 p.m. Test your sports trivia knowledge and you can win big. Beer Money, presented by Coors Light.
Well, Cubs are down 4, but there's time. We've just played 3 innings. The Cubs offer special programs designed for your future Cub, from Kids Sundays at Wrigley Field to Clark's Crew and baseball summer camps throughout the Chicago area. Many ways to build lifelong Cubs memories with your kiddos. Visit Cubs.com/kids to learn all about our Cubs Kids offerings.
Game 3 of this weekday series. Martinez to Rizzo. Deep to right. Gone. He could have 2, but he left no doubt about this blast. Wow.
The frustration has been mounting for Anthony. That had to feel awfully good. He's been struggling getting the head out And that time he jumped all over that pitch from Martinez. Catch that one, Randall Grichuk. Boom. Man, that's a pretty stroke. Ford home run replay. The big fella really lays into one. I think he went up in the clubhouse on an extra bowl of Rizzo's there between at bats.
Do some sliced banana. Raspberries. So they're on the board. Bryant breaks his bat as he rolls out to Carpenter. 431 feet, the estimated distance on that Rizzo homer. Now a strike on La Stella. So Chris Bryant in the outfield, we've seen him on occasion since he came up early last year, and he's been fine. I would say for the most part he hasn't really been tested all that much in his time in the outfield, but that was a really nice diving grab.
Play. Well, Stella didn't run. Cardinals think maybe he's deking, so they're reviewing the video.
See if the ball didn't hit him.
Yeah.
No challenge. 0-2. Holiday drifts over near the foul line. Montero in the air. Right center, it's Piscotty. And the inning is over. Anthony Rizzo with a blast. Well over 400 feet. The Cubs have gotten on the board.
$3,000 bottles of beer on the wall, 3,000 bottles of beer. If one of those bottles happened to fall, 2,999 bottles of beer on the wall.
Hello, beautiful. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there. Hi, Anthony. How much did my discount double check save me?
About $150.
Done.
I don't have State Farm, but insurance. Find me money.
I got you $1. Oh, you almost had it. You're going to be quicker than that.
Having insurance isn't the same as having State Farm. There to help you with unexpected savings. That's getting to a better state.
Closed captioning of Cubs baseball on Comcast Sportsnet is brought to you by U.S. Waterproofing.
A little seepage in your basement is no need to panic. Count on the experts at U.S. Waterproofing to diagnose and repair the problem. For a free consultation, call 888-SEEPAGE or visit seepage.com.
After sweeping the Reds at Wrigley, the Cubs will head to Cincy for a rematch with the Redlegs. Watch Jake Arrieta take the mound. First of 4 starting tomorrow night at 6 on CSN Chicago.
Brandon Finnegan, who flirted with a no-hitter And his start against the Cubs will go for Cincinnati. Jake was just being Jake last time out against the Rockies. Doing what he do. What are you throwing, Jake from State Farm?
Randall Grichuk. And a strike.
Hey. Well, but called that high one that time.
He was retired on a nice running grab by Dexter Fowler in the first.
Yeah, I think that playing a little deeper has paid off. He's been able to run down some balls that maybe last year would have fallen in for extra base hits.
Called strike 3. Fastball at 88.
So if you're contemplating a trip to Wrigley Field, the Cubs suggest taking public transportation. That's always a good option. The Cubs also offer a free bike check. That's been moved. It's now located by the Addison Red Line station. And if you drive your car, the Cubs provide free remote parking and shuttle service on night and weekend games. Information can be yours with the A to Z guide at Cubs.com.
Molina, 3 hits in the series. 4 hits in the series after the double in the second. Backhanded play Zobrist. He's got time and he gets Molina.
Nice job by Hendricks here, settling in after giving up 2 spots in each of the first 2 innings. He's trying to take a page out of the Lackey playbook from his start in Arizona, where he got knocked around early but settled in. And in that game, the Cubs scored a ton of runs, came back to win.
So finally got to look at the video of the crazy balk call in San Diego last night. Colin Ray tried a quick pitch from the windup with a runner at third. He was called for a balk. The umpires got together and then said no, he didn't balk. Clint Hurdle came out and said no, you guys missed it. He did balk. He stepped off the rubber. There was a little stutter step. Umpires got back together again and determined that in fact he had balked. So I think McCutchen crossed the plate, had to go back to third and then cross the plate again, and then Andy Green lost his mind, as you can imagine. The reversal of a reversal. And Brian Gorman explained it after the game that originally they were looking at the quick pitch to see if it was a balk, not the fact that he had stepped off the rubber, that he had disengaged during the delivery as Wong takes the 2-out walk.
Yeah, but the kid that the guy that's hurt that pitches here does it all the time. Yeah, that little jump.
Carter Capps, but I think it's because that's part of their.
So this kid doesn't do it all the time.
No, he kind of looked like he panicked a little bit and lifted his foot off the pitching rubber. So that was one you don't see very often in terms of a umpiring crew making a call, changing it, and then changing it back again. Sounds like you making plans.
Yeah. Upon further review and then even further review.
Andy Green was also saying, but you can't argue a balk. But
right.
I guess you can argue a balk. You can't argue a step balk. A throw to a base.
I never understood that rule anyway. Why can't you argue a balk?
Right.
Argue everything else.
Long was running as Diaz singles, so that'll send The base runner all the way to third. A 2-out rally on a walk and a hit. And it will get the pitcher to the plate with 2 outs. Mark McGuire, the bench coach, managed that game after Green was ejected and the Padres won.
Martinez, that little dying quail bloop single to drive in a run last time. That was with the infield in. That's not going to be the case here with 2 outs.
Chopper to the shortstop Baez, and he'll throw to first to end the inning. Cardinals strand 2. They lead this game 4-1.
With T-Mobile, you pay $95 a month for a smaller network, and monthly taxes and fees are always extra. With Cricket, you get an unlimited plan on a bigger network for $65 a month after $5 auto pay credit, and monthly taxes and fees are always included. Looks like T-Mobile's not all it's cracked up to be. And now for a limited time, switch to Cricket and get a $50 bill credit. Cricket Wireless, something to smile about.
It's a whole new ball game with MLB Extra Innings on DirecTV.
It is magic.
Experience the ultimate season ticket, now at a new lower price.
Unbelievable.
Every punch-out, every rundown,
what a play,
and every walk-off. All at your fingertips. And with MLB.TV included, you can watch nearly 100 live games a week on over 400 supported devices. Don't miss a minute of the action. Follow your favorite team on any screen with MLB Extra Innings on DirecTV. Order now.
Huge spring sell-off during the spring clearance event at Feeney Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram in Elgin. Get our lowest prices on our entire inventory. Cars, trucks, minivans, and more Jeeps than we need. All with 0% financing available. Look at this 2016 Wrangler, just $299 a month. Or a 2016 Ram 1500 Quad Cab, $299 a month. Both with 0 due. Or this 2016 Dodge Caravan, only $16,997. Find it at Feeney. FeeneyAutos.com.
Cubs, Reds, tomorrow at 6 on CSN.
Hey, introducing the Jumbo Collection from the Illinois Lottery, a new family of instant tickets where you can win up to $3 million instantly. Get ready to live large. Coincidentally, Jumbo Diaz got sent to the minors.
Did he really?
The Reds try to figure out their pitching issues.
So the kid started, was it last night? Stevenson?
Yeah,
righty prospect, and then sent him right back out?
I think that's supposed to be temporary. Yep.
I see they've got Alfredo Simon listed as a probable for Sunday, but I know he's been dealing with some arm issues.
Baez will lead it off.
Good swing last time. Hit the ball deep to right field. Usually a good sign for Baez when he's staying on the ball.
Two balls, no strikes. Looked like the head groundskeeper was out talking with Jerry Davis, the crew chief, between innings. That usually means here's when it's going to rain. Foul territory. It's Adams to make the catch. Kind of smells like rain coming, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does. Look, the wind maybe turned around a little bit. You can smell it in the air.
Well, if that's the case, I'd like to get some runs quickly as we're nearing an official game. with a couple more outs.
Doesn't it look like all those vendors have been attacked by highlighters? We have that shot with everybody in red, and then you see all the well, there's a big sale going on up there. There's a vendor, some kind of a work stoppage. I don't know what's going on. We need to get management to shake those people up and get them back to work.
You guys are clustered a little bit too much.
Yeah, let's go. Stop your lollygag. Oh, those are fans. Those are fans dressed as vendors.
It's a vendor convention. Swing and a miss for strike 3. They're looking for a vendor discount.
Look, I'm wearing the bright yellow. So if you have the office pool at the start of the year, pick a candidate to throw a no-hitter, Martinez would be. He'd go fairly early in that draft, right? With his stuff. I mean,
no doubt. One of those days where everything comes together.
So it might be drizzling a little bit right now. Trevor Cahill has started to loosen in the Cubs bullpen.
Fowler into center with a base hit. On for the second time in 3 tries. What a start.
Yeah, he's just been so impressive to watch. The patience, working walks. He's driving the ball, extra base power. This time it's a solid line drive single. Hayward, again, the results have not been great in this series, but he's had a lot of good swings. Well, he could change the nature of this game right here if he could lay into one. Still looking for his first home run of the year. That's not going to get it done.
No. And Holiday makes the catch to end the inning. 4.5 in the books. 4-1 St. Louis.
Hey, Chicago. When did paying for airfare become so unfair? At Southwest, we believe in transparency. Transparency means we don't dream up ways we can trick you into paying more. It's why we still let 2 bags fly free and don't have change fees. So our low fares stay low. Just the way you like it.
We're here in this auto graveyard to demonstrate a remarkable car polish. New Finish, the once-a-year car polish. Simply wipe it on and just wipe it off. It's that easy. And look, New Finish restored a deep, hard shine even to this weather-beaten car. We polished this car with New Finish and ran it through 52 car washes. Even after heavy-duty detergents and powerful scrubbing, the water still beads. So get New Finish.
Available at Advance Auto, Target, Home Depot, Walgreens, AutoZone, Walmart, and other leading stores.
Garages have many uses. So use yours in the best way possible with amazing deals on terrific Honda products, like the all-new, more powerful Honda Civic with improved ride and handling, plus a roomier interior. Winner gets to drive.
The Honda Dream Garage sales event is happening now. And you've got a garage to fill.
The Honda Dream Garage sales event is almost over, so don't miss out. Now at your Honda dealer.
Hey everyone, Kelly Crawl here with a Coors Light Cold Hard Facts Sportsnet Central update coming up tonight at 6:30. You'll hear from the Hawks as they head down to St. Louis for a must-win Game 5 tomorrow night, plus highlights from both the Cubs and Sox afternoon affairs. And Tom Thibodeau is back in the NBA. We'll tell you where the former Bulls coach will be next season. That's all later on tonight on Sportsnet Central. But now back to Lynn and JD in St. Louis, guys.
Okay, Kelly, thank you. 4-1 Cardinals. They will bat here in the bottom of the 5th. And we have our Cubs insider with us, Patrick Mooney. You can follow him all season long on Comcast Sportsnet. Brought to you by nationwide agent Jeff Vukovich. Visit Jeff at jeffvook.com. Nationwide is on your side. Hello, Patrick.
What's up, guys? I'm glad to see JD's not wearing his Try Not to Suck t-shirt. I wouldn't want to see him hauled out of here in handcuffs.
That goes 3-1. Okay, so give us the story here. This is the t-shirt that Joe Madden is wearing. A lot of his players have worn, and a lot of fans are also wearing.
Yeah, there's been some buzz on social media. Madden said he was obviously out at a Hooters the other night having some wings and beer, and a fan said he was banned from the stadium or was forced to turn it inside out. And he was, Joe, he obviously found that pretty amusing. But says the ladies' versions of the t-shirts are coming out, the kids' versions are coming out. Different team colors are in the works, so I think he likes the publicity for his business, which has a charitable component to it as well.
For sure. It was Carpenter. I said Adams. I apologize. You grounded out. 1-1.
So a fan was removed from the ballpark for wearing the shirt?
That's what we're not exactly sure, but that's what people on social media are saying, that the people are coming up to Madden. He's heard about.
Yeah, I got a tweet that said that the fan was asked on his way into the park to either turn the shirt inside out or cover it. Something to that effect. So always has to be something, right? There's enough to talk about with this series, and then we have to go with fans' t-shirts.
Yeah, between the Hayward stuff, the psychological warfare of playing classical music during BP and then turning it off, it's been entertaining. It's good for us.
2-2 called, strike 3, 2 outs. I want to ask you about Ben Zobrist. He got his Royals World Series ring. Dayton Moore, the general manager, drove from Kansas City to personally deliver it.
Yeah, very classy move. Zobrist obviously posted it on Instagram and was kind of wearing it around yesterday, joking about giving everyone fist bumps before batting practice. He showed it to us, and I think the Royals obviously appreciate what he did, and I think Dayton Moore has done a really wonderful job of kind of building that culture there, and to go out of his way during a busy time of the year for him, it was a really nice gesture.
He has blended in well in this clubhouse. All the new guys have. And the 1-0 to Holiday, and it's a strike. I know you've talked to some of the new guys about the culture shock of spring training with all the fun stuff in the morning, but I think all the new guys immediately liked it, right? They'd probably heard stories about Joe and the way he runs things, but they've gotten right into the middle of it. Hayward makes the catch, and that'll end the inning. Patrick, as always, a pleasure. Thanks for dropping by.
Thanks, guys.
That's Patrick Mooney. Check him out on csnchicago.com.
Oh, let's go. That's pretty sweet. The starting lineup for your Chicago Bulls.
This is the most ridiculous thing that's ever happened in my life.
T-Mobile hit it out of the park. We doubled our LTE coverage to cover over 305 million Americans. And our new extended range LTE goes 2 times farther and works 4 times better in buildings than before. Switch to T-Mobile for major league coverage today.
Taking the hassle out of yard work just got even easier. During the Echo National Sales Event, get a pro-grade Echo trimmer or handheld blower for only $149.99 each, backed by a 5-year warranty. But hurry, these deals will be gone before you know it. So take back your yard with Echo.
This isn't a car. It's a Mini. There's a difference. Our wheels are pushed out to the corners. Our iconic design is beyond compare. And our heart is right where it belongs. Donating to Feeding America with each test drive. And giving you $1,000 additional cash off any new Mini. It's the Mini April Invitational, running from the 15th through the 24th.
Tomorrow night, the scene shifts back to St. Louis for a big Game 5 fight, and your Hawks are ready for the challenge. Cheer on the defending champs as they go for the gold. Blackhawks at Blues. Coverage starts at 8 on CSN. Blackhawks playoff hockey is brought to you by Volvo.
Welcome back. The Budweiser patio offers fans an all-inclusive Budweiser bleacher experience in prime home run territory down the right field line. For more on all the available outdoor spaces located in the Budweiser bleachers, visit Cubs.com/premier.
Well, let's see if they can make a comeback today. They were down 4-0 after 2. Rizzo with a booming home run in the 4th. We're now in the 6th. Martinez has been very good.
Even though he's an extreme hard thrower, his general willingness to throw his off-speed stuff in these fastball counts. That time he tries to clip the outside corner, didn't get it. And a little frustrated. Molina's going to go out and chat with him.
Rockies have tied the Reds 5-5 in the bottom of the 8th. So more bullpen problems for Brian Price's team. White Sox hosting the Angels today. Sox leading 1-0 after 3. Mike Trout is 1 for 1. His average up to 235. You must have seen our graphic. 3-1. Garrett Richards and Chris Sale. In terms of stuff, how about that matchup?
It's a very stuffy matchup.
Ooh. Zobrist walks.
Sale's looking for his 4th win already. It's a little bit of an unforced error there. Martinez with the walk, leadoff walk with a 3-run lead in the 6th. Rizzo's had 2 very good swings against him, a just miss and then a long one. Anthony, a lifetime .233 hitter here in this ballpark. I think it has a lot more to do with the quality of the pitching the Cardinals have run out over the years than the ballpark.
Probably 6 or 7 inches.
Yeah, but he's starting to get the feel. Got out in front of that 97-mile-an-hour heater. Here's what he did last time. Ambush that center cut fastball, lean back and lift. 431. Look out, folks. Incoming.
Anthony not choking up with 2 strikes as he muscles that one in the air to left. Holiday will make the catch.
Yeah, but I think that's a down 3 runs approach. You know, game situation, he's still looking to drive the ball even though he's down in the count. Game situation plus his first 2 swings, obviously seeing it pretty well here today.
Bryant 0 for 2. Hasn't hit one out of the infield yet.
Now the Cubs, because they have pitched so well, have not had to play from behind very much this year. But you look at this lineup, you figure they're going to be the kind of team that will be able to come from behind just because they have so much power through the entire lineup.
The 1-0. Now 2 balls, no strikes. The kick and the pitch. It's 3-0.
Got to be looking to swing here.
And he does. And he flies to deep right. Playable Piscotty. So Cubs are 0 for 2 on 3-0 swings. Zobrist grounded out earlier. And here's LaStella.
Yeah, I love it, though. I like the approach. Got a guy that throws hard, so you can feel pretty confident you're going to get a heater there. And I guess that just speaks to the life on the fastball that Brian was a little bit behind that one. Nothing wrong with swinging at 3-0 as long as you're swinging at strikes and as long as you're a guy who can do some damage. And obviously, Bryant is that guy.
Strike one to LaStella. Nobody in the bullpen at the moment. That could change if this inning gets extended a bit. Still a few spots away from the pitcher coming up. That gets by and allows Zobrist to move into scoring position.
A big chance here for LaStella with 2 outs to get the Cubs one closer. The Cardinals, it's ruled a wild pitch, but Molina really late to react on that one. Cardinals had to cover 4 innings with their bullpen last night. That's another byproduct of that patient approach from these Cub hitters. Jaime Garcia lasted just 5, running a high pitch count. It's interesting. I wonder if they're changing the signs here. Martinez taking a long look at Zobrist. Some guys get a reputation in the game because they're such heady players, and Zobrist is a really smart player. So opposing pitchers and catchers are always thinking, is this guy, has he got something on us? Is he reading signs, and is he going to tip something off to the hitter? He's the kind of guy that, you know, opposing teams would be very wary of.
The 2-1. Just blew it past him. Nothing fancy. 2-2.
Yeah, and LaStella handles velocity. He's just a little late getting started here.
On the ground, Adams will glove. Martinez at the bag, and he works around the leadoff walk. Bottom 6, 4-1 Cards.
Introducing Comcast Business Wi-Fi Pro with next-level speed, coverage, marketing, and control features. Plus, Wi-Fi Pro offers what AT&T's Wi-Fi small site doesn't. Professional installation, advanced security, and millions of hotspots nationwide. Looks like taking your business to the next level starts with ditching AT&T. Give your business an edge with Comcast Business Wi-Fi Pro. Comcast Business, built for business.
Weeknights, don't miss Sports Talk Live on Comcast Sportsnet. David Kaplan leads a roundtable on the day's hottest topics, interviews Chicago's biggest stars, and interacts with you at home. Sports Talk Live, presented by Chevy Silverado, tonight at 5:30 on Comcast Sports.
4x for scenic routes. that only you find scenic. For the great outdoors and the great indoors. For knowing boundaries are there to be crossed. Jeep Cherokee. It's how we live 4x forever. Get 0% APR for 75 months or $2,500 combined cash allowance plus $500 bonus cash on 2016 Cherokee models.
And during this event, you can get a great deal on this Jetta.
It drives great.
Volkswagen believes safety is very important, so all 11 models come standard with an intelligent crash response system. And 7 stability-enhancing systems. For more confidence on road trips.
For those who take safety seriously, like we do, the Volkswagen Safety in Numbers event is happening now. Hurry in and lease a 2016 Jetta S for $139 a month after a $1,000 bonus.
Blackhawks, Blues, tomorrow at 8 on CSN.
Tomorrow night, playoff series will shift back to St. Louis. The Hawks need to win 3 in a row, but they'll take it one game at a time. Coverage begins at 8 with Chevy Blackhawks pregame live right here on CSN Chicago. Blackhawks playoff hockey is brought to you by Volvo. Adams fouls away. So we will just miss the Blackhawks, who I believe are flying here today to play Game 5 tomorrow, and we'll head to Cincinnati after this one. Slicing drive, Bryant over, and it'll land fair. And I think a fan may have touched it. It's a double.
Adams has had some good at-bats here in this series. Hit a couple of rockets in the ball game last night. Had a single and a double. Slicing leadoff double here.
Bounced out of play.
Well, you see how far Chris had to go at the initial shot. He wasn't in the picture.
You mentioned it last night. Adams, a big guy. You think big home run hitter, but he's more of a line drive doubles hitter, and Chris Bosio will talk things over. Neil Ramirez and Clayton Richard are cranking it up.
Yeah, and I think some guys, you know, the longer they're in the league, they'll make some adjustments with their swing if that's what he wants to do, to try to change the launch angle, and he's certainly strong enough. And you know, same thing with Jason Hayward. Jason is more of a line drive type hitter, but when you watch him take BP, he hits some 1-irons into the seats that are just jaw dropping. Just, you know, whether the player is of the mind that he needs to try to hit the ball out of the ballpark a little more often.
Grichuk pops it up, and Baez hauls it in.
Folks, whether the Cubs are at home or on the road, guided tours of legendary Wrigley Field are available. Tours may include visits to the press box, clubhouses, dugouts, as well as a chance to actually step on the field. This must-see Chicago attraction houses over 100 years of history. For game days and non-game day schedules or to book your tour, visit Cubs.com/tours. Do it now. Do it right now.
Molina will get an intentional walk. With Colton Wong on deck.
So Richard for Wong, perhaps. Hopes of getting the ground ball double play.
There's ball 3.
Well, Hendricks certainly capable, too, of getting the ground ball. See how Joe decides to play it. He's coming out of the dugout.
So the first Cubs starter to not go 6 is Kyle Hendricks. Here comes Clayton Richard when we return.
Hate shopping for a used car because you feel like you might be buying someone else's problem? Well, with a Continental certified car, you don't have to worry. Just look for this. Buy with confidence knowing that the car has been through an 80-point quality and safety inspection. Comes with a 30-day, 1,000-mile warranty. And get this, a 3-day exchange policy. So check out our huge selection of Continental certified cars only at Continental Motors. 10 brands, 8 locations, thousands of choices. Only at Continental Motors and ContinentalMotors.com.
Grandioso. Colossal. Jumbo. The Jumbo Collection from the Illinois Lottery. Win up to $3 million instantly. Get ready to live large.
To showcase the impressive Infiniti QX50, we could have imagined it on a winding mountain pass, or somewhere even more cliche, like a downtown street. But what distinguishes the Infiniti QX50 isn't where you can take it, it's how you feel taking it there. With generous cargo space, extended second-row legroom, and coupe-like handling, the QX50 from Infiniti. Lease the all-wheel drive Infiniti QX50 for $339 a month. Visit your Chicagoland Infiniti retailer.
Cubs fans, let's go. Don't miss your chance to catch the best matchups in baseball. Join the season ticket holder waiting list. It's easy and free to register. For details, visit Cubs.com/waiting list.
Here's lefty Clayton Richards. So the Cubs streak of 14 straight games to start the year, where the starting pitcher going 6 innings, has ended. Although Hendricks went 5 1/3, it's not as if he only recorded 4 outs or something.
No, and he did a nice job. That first inning could have gone differently for him. The Piscotty chopping double play could have been made. Holiday's home run just kind of rode the wind out of here. So at the end of the day, the numbers will not be all that impressive for Hendricks, but he hung in there. And now it's up to Richard to try to clean this up for him. Clayton, a sinker baller, looking for that ground ball to second base, would work just fine.
Long shows bunt, and then nearly got hit. Did not have a lot of speed on the bases. Adams at second, Molina the runner at first.
Just the third appearance for Clayton. He missed some time with strep throat. There you go. 23 appearances last year, including 3 starts. It was 4-2 with a 3.83 earned run average. Clayton has always been a ground ball pitcher. Last year in his time with the Cubs, and again, not a huge sample, but he got 4 ground balls for every fly ball.
Count even at 2 apiece. Could have gotten that call, did not. 3-2. The ascend here to stay out of that double play. See how Mike Matheny wants to play it. Not going. And we'll try it again.
Yeah, I think Matheny probably a little fearful of the swing and miss with a left-handed hitter in the box. And Adams, the base runner, at second. I mean, it's really a tough call because Richard is a ground ball guy, so you're having that debate. You're more worried about the strikeout double play or the ground ball double play.
Well, there's the ground ball. And they will get Molina at second. One of the very few runners Anthony Rizzo knew he could force. And a pretty slowly bounced ball to first.
I think they're looking in the Cardinal dugout here, too, to make sure Javi Baez didn't come off the base prematurely. I mean, that's, again, we've talked a lot about this neighborhood play and how middle infielders are going to be forced to stay on the bag. We've not seen it called yet.
So Joe will make a switch. And Neil Ramirez coming on when we return in the 6th.
If you're always playing it safe, are you really even playing?
So, you are all set with your mortgage. Congratulations.
You have been so helpful, Brian.
You've answered all our questions.
Thanks. That's very important.
What was it like for your siblings, growing up with a mortgage prodigy?
Did you have to wake up early to train at mortgages?
No. At BMO Harris, we all focus on making everything go smoothly. Actually, when I was a kid, I wanted to be a cowboy.
A mortgage cowboy?
Yeah, kind of.
That feeling you get when you discover a bank built for you, that's the BMO effect. BMO Harris Bank. We're here to help.
Wendy's Jalapeno Fresco Spicy Chicken. The sandwich that almost wasn't. Because with ghost pepper sauce, fresh jalapenos, pepper jack cheese, and a red jalapeno bun, focus group said,
nobody will want a sandwich this spicy, right?
But focus groups have been wrong before.
Nobody will want a camera that makes phone calls, right?
So Wendy's thanked them and launched it anyway. And even doubled down with ghost pepper fries. So if you're hot for spice, I love it, then these are for you.
Hey, welcome back, everybody. The rain has started to fall here in St. Louis. Follow Cubs baseball live with the MLB.com @BAT app. Stay up to the moment at any moment with game day, live game video highlights, StatCast, news, and more. Download MLB.com @BAT, the #1 app for live baseball on your phone and tablet.
Here's Neil Ramirez in the rain. Bottom of the 6th, 1st and 3rd, 2 outs. Ledney's Diaz, the hitter. Runner goes from first. That's Colton Wong. He's been pretty aggressive in this series already with a couple of steals.
Yeah, the Cubs weren't defending it. The middle infielders stayed put.
Reds just got a run in the bottom of the 9th, beat the Rockies 6-5. Tucker Barnhart, game-ending hit.
The country artist.
Yeah. Runner goes again, popped up by Diaz. Rizzo the catch, and that's the inning. They strand a couple. Cardinals 4, Cubs 1 after 6.
Know you're budgeted for the expected and the unexpected. Know that at least the process of buying a new home can be clear and simple. Know your investments can make retirement closer than you think. Know the one word behind all the guidance we provide, tools we create, and services we offer. Because when you have insight, you know.
To showcase the impressive Infiniti QX50, we could have imagined it on a winding mountain pass, or somewhere even more cliche, like a downtown street. But what distinguishes the Infiniti QX50 isn't where you can take it, it's how you feel taking it there. With generous cargo space, extended second-row legroom, and coupe-like handling, the QX50 from Infiniti. Lease the all-wheel drive Infiniti QX50 for $339 a month. Visit your Chicagoland Infiniti retailer.
Make sure he's in bed by 8.
Just
Sometimes I get scared.
Scared of what, Danny?
The things I can't see.
Got a weird feeling.
Almost forgot. In case anything happens.
Dad, I got this.
Every night, get ready for the most dynamic show in Chicago. Your city, your teams, your show. This is Sportsnet Central, presented by Comcast Business, every night at 6:30, only on Comcast Sportsnet.
It only takes one genius to change a light bulb. You. LED bulbs use 85% less energy and last a long time, saving you up to $100 over each bulb's lifetime. So change yours today. The more you know.
7th inning, rain coming down as Carlos Martinez will work to Miguel Montero. Cubs are having issues, I think, with their bullpen phone. Trying to communicate down there. Chris Bosio.
Yeah, and he's got Jerry Davis's attention, the crew chief at third base.
Dribbled foul. Lester Strode on the other end. Hello. All I'm getting is dial tone.
I think Lester thought it was a telemarketer, so they weren't going to answer.
Blocked call. Montero grounds out. Really coming down now. And he played through it.
Carpenter a little tender with this. He's had a couple throws today that look very funky. I don't know if he's sore or if he kind of has the yips and he's just guiding the ball over there. Maybe not. Maybe it's just me. It just looked a little funny.
Baez fouls away. We can't really complain about the weather here to start the season as we play through this rain. First homestand was clear sailing. Got warmer as the week went along. A couple of really nice nights here. There's Grichuk. He made a big play in the very first inning, robbing Rizzo of a home run. Makes the catch, 2 outs.
Now Javi a little overly anxious in that at bat. Never really forced Martinez to make a quality pitch.
Matt Caesar will hit for Neil Ramirez. Looks like it'll be Trevor Cahill in the bottom of this inning. Foul tip strike on Matt. A lot of Matts on the field right now. Caesar, Holiday, Adams, Carpenter. Have I missed any?
Matt Helms.
Adams makes the catch. A 9-pitch inning. Stretch time. Still 4-1.
Get major league coverage. T-Mobile has doubled its 4G LTE in the last year.
T-Mobile hit it out of the park. We doubled our LTE coverage to cover over 305 million Americans. And our new extended range LTE goes 2 times farther and works 4 times better in buildings than before. Switch to T-Mobile for major league coverage today.
3,000 bottles of beer on the wall, 3,000 bottles of beer. If one of those bottles happen to fall, 2,999 bottles of beer on the wall.
This. What's better than this?
This.
This? What? Check it out.
This. It doesn't get any better than this.
I stand corrected. This is the 2017 Hyundai Elantra. Not just new, better.
We built this thingy. We built this thingy on tech that's old. We built this thingy. But we built.
Yeah, Xfinity built this newer thingy that lets me search with my voice.
We're good. Don't fall for DirecTV. Find shows faster with the X1 voice remote, only from Xfinity. Sign up today or get started with this great offer. Call or go online today.
Well, we will have a rain delay. So they're quickly getting the tarp onto the infield. Cardinals lead 4-1. The early forecast I saw, and again, we are amateurs at this, but the early forecast I saw, JD, is that the rain might start around 3 o'clock, and we're 20 minutes ahead of that, and it may rain for a few hours.
Oh, really? Well, we'll settle in.
That's wrong.
Yeah. Because most times, once they cover the field, they don't resume unless the rain really backs off.
Yeah.
We'll see, maybe there's a window at some point here in the next little bit.
So in the meantime, our rain delay programming will feature Going Home with Joe Madden. We hope to get the bottom of the 7th started soon, and we will give you periodic updates as well. Cardinals 4, Cubs 1. Now Going Home with Joe Madden.
That's a shot and a beer. That's the Hazleton way, shot and a beer.
These are legitimate baseball fans. They like the game to be played properly, which would mean hard. It's not an easy place to live in the wintertime. So the people are kind of tough, and they appreciate hardworking, and they appreciate hustle. This is my hometown. And when I was a kid growing up here, without question, it was the best place for any kid to grow up, without question. Whether you're talking about family, friends, activities, just pure joy. There was no more pure joy for a kid than this town. Came back in 2010 for Christmas, and all this proliferation. There was more Hispanics in town. There was a lot of tension. The people that had been here before, nobody got each other. It works both ways now. Don't just blame the people that have been here, and don't blame the folks that are coming in. Both ways. It was a really bad moment. Town was dark, nothing going on, nothing to do. Kids had nothing to do, and kids were getting in trouble. The goal right now is to get the pendulum to swing back where it had been. 60s, 70s, when it was really vibrant, successful, fun place to live for everybody, and primarily for the kids. So I wasn't able to process all of that until I actually left for a bit and then came back. You can see the apartment building I grew up in. That's C. Madden and Sons Plumbing and Heating. That whole building right there, down below was the plumbing shop. My original, where I grew up, was in that back right corner. Beanie still lives on the back left corner. My grandma lived in that house. My aunts lived in that house too, two different parts of the family. Everybody was right here. It was, and my mom, come on, walk up here. When my mom was a little girl, And that's several years ago. Maybe we could block out the wind here. Beanie grew up in that White House right there. So Beanie grew up there, and she's lived here her whole life. This was C. Madden & Sons Plumbing and Heating. This is now Jay and my sister Carmine have this consignment furniture shop here and one downtown. This used to be a plumbing shop, and this actually was a laundromat at one time. I used to come down here and clean with my mom the washers at night, and clean up the dryers a little bit too.
I guess, what was your dad like? What sort of personality?
Real quiet. He's just a quiet, humble man. Hard-working. We were talking to Jay on the way back yesterday. He never took a vacation. I knew him he died in 2002, so I was 48. He never took a vacation. I mean, not once. The whole time I knew him. He'd rather work than take a vacation. He practiced with you every day. He came home from work, I don't care, football, basketball, or baseball season, he would always either play catch, throw batting practice, shoot hoops, or be there with the football and just set up the tire, whatever, every day.
He always felt Joe was going to make it big somehow, some way in MLB. But I know getting to where he is now was not easy. It was tough. There's a lot of work, a lot of sacrifice for his kids. His grandkids, they don't get to see him a lot. We don't get to see him a lot anymore. But when he comes home, he's Joey. He's not Joe, he's Joey. And we have a blast. This is our playground, Altmiller Playground. This is very vibrant. And these are the mile rocks in front of you. We used to climb these rocks every day as a kid. It was great. I mean, dangerous, absolutely. But you climb them every day, and this is where you played. Now here's the hill. Like this hill, you saw where the high school was. This hill, for 2 days, we'd have to walk down here in the morning and then jog back up at lunch, then walk back down in the afternoon, and then jog back up after practice was over. That is insane. This is where we came to practice football, 22nd Street. And that was an all-dirt infield at one time, so they've actually fixed it up a little bit. You see that alley right there? That goes up to my house. And I used to walk from my house down that alley to here, and I'd be walking out of the bullpen in Yankee Stadium to pitch down here. That was what I thought. This is our cemetery. This is Our Lady of Grace. Like I said, my dad, my uncles, they're all here. Grandpop, grandmom. Beanie comes here almost daily. And my dad's right down here. And my aunt and uncle right down this one right here. Beanie's here all the time. She had a Ray sticker on it. And she wanted to know if she should take it off. I said, of course not. Dad digs all that stuff. And there's my field. Boom. That's the high school baseball field. But like I said, I see my dad's name when I see it, and that makes me. When they wanted to do it, I mean, now, of course, that's not my thing, but I get it. I understand. This is West Haven, and these were our arch rivals, and it was wonderful. I mean, the fact that you had that great of a rivalry, I mean, really legitimate. The Thanksgiving football game, man, it was nasty. It was fabulous. No more. No more. No more. It's like self-destructive behavior when you subtract those kind of traditional events from a community. It's true. It's just true. There's just nothing. There's not that to look forward to anymore. Because I promise you, if it was still there, I probably would come up here for Thanksgiving if they were still playing that game. It just all of a sudden felt bad. It was gradually, I guess I'd say from maybe 2000 to 2010 is probably when I started subtly noticing a change and then abruptly noticing a change.
One of the first impressions I got was that when he speaks to people, he was genuinely engaged in the conversation. And you can tell that he came from a place like Hazleton, very close-knit, very family-oriented.
Okay, this is Alta Street. This is down that end of Alta Street. We could do a quick drive-by. There's been a lot of problems, drug-related problems on this street down
that end, which is really unfortunate. This street was always, this is a part of my parish where I grew up in Our Lady of Grace, and it's a shame that it's run into so much problem. Okay, this is Bunny's, I still call Bunny's cool. Bunny's Lounge, that was big also. Bunny's had really great steak and cheese hoagies in there too. This was Trovich's Bakery. I used to buy a loaf of bread there. Okay, and this is the Corner Cafe. That was outstanding. And then here's Bellhop's, right here. Cassettes, right there. Smoking is permitted, of course it is. There's our church. That's our school. Oh, look, it's for sale. Look at that. Wow. Okay, the day John F. Kennedy was shot, we had to line up right there on that sidewalk. And that's what I remember whenever you talk about Kennedy, standing right about there is where I remember, and walked into church to pray for him. I'm gonna show this is where Jay and Carmine, my sister, have a place right over here. Right there, that tall building, right there, where it says the Shop 2 in the front. That's our building. We bought that a couple years ago. That building cost $100,000 bucks. That's all we paid for that. Okay, we're going towards our house here in town where Carmine lives now. Jay and I bought it 2003 or 2004. 2004. We're driving through Hazleton when we just started going out, and it's like a real nice, light, snowy, it's a wonderful light kind of a night. And we're driving around, and all of a sudden we see this for sale sign on this house, and it just became infatuated. And then we got inside there the next day or the day after, and one thing led to another, and we bought it. Yeah, it's pretty cool. It's a Victorian, obviously, and it's the smaller.
This is your home base when you come back?
Yeah, when she was talking about buying it originally, part of my motivated for because there was no real focal point for family anymore. Is that your stuff in there? I don't have it yet. Sarah's gonna get it for you. Microcosm of Hazleton versus Chicago, the ethnic backgrounds of the people, hardworking, family-oriented. I mean, there's similarities. So when I talk to the folks in Chicago, I feel like I've known them for a long time. So it's not like it was a big break-in period.
Cubs rain delay on Comcast Sportsnet is brought to you by Reynolds Rep. Reynolds Rep has you covered.
For a limited time, you can get a great deal on this Passat.
Wow, it looks really good.
Volkswagen believes safety is very important, so all 11 models come standard with an intelligent crash response system. 7 stability-enhancing systems. And equipment for 2 child seats.
For those who take safety seriously, like we do. The Volkswagen Safety in Numbers event is happening now. Lease a 2016 Passat S for $169 a month after a $1,250 bonus.
Your fondest memories start right in your own backyard. Design your outdoor escape during the factory-authorized patio event at The Great Escape, where our biggest patio brands are offering discounts from 20 to 60%. Discover hundreds of new styles, dining tables, fire tables, and more. Designed to last for generations. Special order your custom collection now and save up to an additional $500 with instant factory cash.
Escape your everyday. Shop The Great Escape.
Nissan's family of crossovers with intuitive all-wheel drive. See driving in a more confident light. For a limited time, lease Rogue, just $189 per month, or get 0% financing for up to 36 months. Take on Mother Nature. Shop ChooseNissan.com.
My job is to do what I've done, and that's to be the manager of the Cubs first. I got to do that. If I don't do that well, then all this stuff doesn't gain the traction that it needs. So I got to do my thing right first, and then I have a better chance of people listening or getting an opportunity to even sit here and talk to you like this, because we've done so well as a baseball team.
Now look at who's here.
Wait a minute. We don't.
Good.
Have you been carrying them in?
I just quit my job.
Beanie? Oh, she's one of a kind too. Yeah, I always called them Lucy and Ricky, my mom and dad. They kind of resembled those back then. Check her out. She's a beauty.
Yeah.
Yep. That's Beanie with her pearl necklace, 1950, HHS, Hazleton High School. But she was a disciplinarian, and my dad would never get angry. And he would always say, wait till your mother gets home. And we would say, okay, we're sorry. If you told Beanie, you were in trouble. So she was the disciplinarian.
Come on, finish this meat here.
Baked meatballs are really good. Beanie, you're not working today.
I quit.
She's still there, she's still working, and I always say to her, Mom, why don't you slow down? And she said, and do what? Like sit home and watch TV all day? That's not her. So she likes to be around people. Her mind is fabulous, and they love her at the base. My aunt and uncle started that in 1940, whatever, and it's been part of our family and lives for forever.
See, Beanie's playing hooky. She should be working up there today, actually. Yeah, what is today? Yeah, today's Tuesday. She's playing hooky.
As long as she wants to come in, she's more than welcome. You know, I dread the day that she decides not to come in.
Aunt Beanie, she's been with us a long time. That's my mother's sister. And Aunt Beanie's been here just about forever, I would say. There's times I'll have to ask Aunt Beanie a few things, you know. She has a better head than I do.
Joey is a wonderful man. He's a kind-hearted man. He's a giving man. He's an awful lot like his father. He looks like his father. You know, he has a good heart like his father.
So I did well in school. My grades were good, and I played well in the fields. So my objective was to get a scholarship somewhere. I was pretty heavily recruited in football, not baseball, but I also knew I wanted to play baseball. I knew that. So back in my mind, which one of these schools is also good baseball school. You might not think Lafayette, but it was. Listen, don't ever take out the kids that are watching. Don't do what I did ever. Just do the right things. I got a letter in the wintertime from the Angels that I've been released. 78 as a player. A horrible feeling. So, I mean, I'm not a college graduate. I'm hanging out in Salinas, California. I thought it was pretty good. And I get this letter, I'm being released. My immediate thought was, if I ever get a chance to put a uniform on again, you're gonna have to pull it off me kicking and screaming. So my first thought was that I did not work hard. There's something I did wrong. The next year, 79, I got a chance to work for two independent teams, Bakersfield and Santa Clara. Santa Clara, you wanna know? I mean, my room was a closet, I'm not lying. I was living in a closet, and I'm commuting from Salinas to Santa Clara to play in August. They gave me $200 to play for the month. 1980 summer, and I worked with Jim Dietz for the Boulder Collegians, and I was a player coach on that team. And then January 1, 81, back with the Angels as a manager and a scout, because he liked the way I worked, which I guess I did work better than I thought. I had every job there was in the minor leagues, pretty much, except pitching coach. And then you get to the big leagues, did all those different jobs. I don't know, hours of throwing batting practice, my first year in 1981. But that's how you become who you are. So you think I do crazy things? You think I think outside the box? Because I could try different things in Midland, or in Salem, or in Idaho Falls, or in the backfields at Gene Autry Park in Mesa, Arizona. I mean, 5-man infields, whatever you want to do, done it back then. So when all these things that I do now are rooted in the fact that I had pretty much free reign to make mistakes back then, but nobody could see them. And that's how you get to this point.
Obviously the Angels valued you, but were there many times like that when you said,
I should be on the big league staff, or I should be that manager? How do you?
I never thought I should be the manager. I thought I should be on the big league staff. I always thought that because I never played there, I needed a certain amount of time as a major league coach to understand what this is like here to become a major league manager. So I knew I needed to go through that step. So the point was that I'd been passed over as a coach for the major league team, and I'm still the minor league coordinator and roving hitting instructor and catching instructor. So I'm flying to Midland, man, and I'm like bummed out. I'm like, I'm just not good. And so I get on that plane that day and I get the middle seat. I don't want to talk to anybody. Lady sits here next to me at the window, America West Airlines, flying to Midland. And I don't know why, she wanted to talk, and I didn't want to talk, but she wanted to talk. And we're just going all of a sudden, we're just chattering, whatever it was, and all of a sudden she said that. She said, remember one thing, whatever you put out there comes back to you. And I've had my head down, whatever, and I said, what? Because it hit me, and so she repeated it, and this is no lie. I got off the plane in Midland, went to the ballpark that day with an entirely different attitude. I was back to normal because she was right. So I'm putting out all this negative vibes, I'm putting out all this negative energy. Why would I expect anything positive coming back to me? I always thought I'd be a big league manager. I always did. I never lost hope at that. I didn't know where, when, or how. But I always thought, too, that I'd like to start out with an expansion club. Only because I thought then you could build. You could do, just like I said in 1984, then you could really impact or impart. So I really thought the Devil Rays were they were in existence, I think, about almost 9 or 10 years at that point. I still felt like they were an expansion club. There was no success. They not won. Out of all the ones I interviewed for, the only one that would have been disappointed if I did not get would have been the Rays job, because I knew it was perfect for me.
They brought a Pinot Noir, and at the time I was, if I drank red wine at all, I would drink Pinot Noir. So they bring this bottle of wine in a brown paper bag. It was pretty, it was just all very casual, and we just sat, down at that little beach and talked. It wasn't necessarily all about baseball.
They understand and respect what happened before. Purely good old-fashioned baseball and the way it was raised and done and how it is, and they have respect for that and an understanding of that. So they're not just about fantasy baseball.
I think they knew before that their visions aligned and their philosophies aligned a lot. But I think this was just, let's just verify this.
I am so happy that it took me so long to get here, and all the things that I went through, and like you're talking about, all those near misses, or should I really keep doing this, or am I on the right path, or how do I get to the next level? I'm so happy. I could not be doing what I'm doing now the way it's perceived that I do it. If you think that I do it well, it's because of all of this other stuff. I cannot imagine doing this job without the history that I've had. Can't even begin to imagine what that'd be like.
I want you to place this award on the podium next to the vehicle that you think was ranked highest in initial quality by J.D. Power.
This is it.
You are wrong. Actually, it's all three.
You tricked me.
J.D. Power ranked the Malibu, Silverado Half-Ton, and Equinox highest in initial quality in their segments.
That's impressive.
Wow. Chevy hit 3 home runs.
Qualified lessees can get this Chevy Equinox for around $189 a month. Find new roads at your local Chevy dealer.
Ace is a place with the helpful hardware, folks.
This year, I want the best lawn on the block, man.
Ace is a place where lawn advice is always free. And speaking of free, ...
Don't miss the BOGO sale at Ace. Buy one select item, get another designated item free, now through Monday only.
Nobody should go to bed hungry.
That's where our friends at Benny's Beverage Depot are going to bat for the Greater Chicago Food Depository.
Every time the Cubs leadoff man gets a hit, Benny's donates $100 to help feed hungry families in Chicagoland.
That calls for a toast.
This is what precision feels like. Magnetic Ride Control actively monitors road conditions 1,000 times per second to deliver a comfortable ride.
1,000 times, huh?
Yep, per second.
How about that? This is the new, meticulously crafted 2016 Sierra Denali from GMC. This is the precision of professional grade. Or get nearly $8,300 total value on specially equipped 2016 Sierra Crew Cab SLT models. GMC, we are professional grade.
Joe was really upset coming back here, you know, about 5 years ago. It was very bleak and dark, and he'd never seen his hometown like that before.
I was really upset. Didn't like it, was concerned. So he got on the phone, we called, he said, we got to do something. So we started talking about it, and we talked about creating a project or whatever. And so it got to the point where Jay, my wife, said, HIP, the Hazleton Integration Project. I said, boom, that's perfect.
People were afraid to go downtown or to go outside, and there was actually fear. And so getting enough funds to, you know, provide this community center was we knew that was something that we wanted to do and needed to do as soon as possible.
We created a board, we created the Hazleton Integration Project with the goal of this, getting a center where kids could come to after school. And my thought was, if you got the kids together, the parents got to follow.
My name is Bob Curry. I'm the founding president of the Hazleton Integration Project. And this is our home, the home of the Hazleton 1 Community Center. It's an old Catholic school building built in 1947, and we have repurposed that building, and it is now a community center, open 6 days a week, and all the city residents are welcome to join us here.
We have this chance to relive history. And there's this pushback. And what I try to tell the people around here is, listen, fight as much as you want, but you're going to be dead in 10 or 15 years, the group that's fighting back. So why wait 10 or 15 years to actually have to have people die before you finally figure it out and permit the city to get back on it? Why not become part of the solution?
It's got to be emotional for Joe at times when he really sits down and thinks about, you know, where it was before and where it is now.
The kids that walked through this facility, I was that kid. I was that kid a long time ago. When I was 9, my dad left, and my mom walked in to her parents and said that I can't afford the kids, I'm going to put them in a foster home. And it was at that time that my grandpa said, no, that's not going to happen. You're not going to break them up. He said, they're going to stay with me. I had completely lost hope. I had lost my hero in my dad. When you lose hope, I mean, you have absolutely nothing going for you. But all of a sudden, I'm living with my grandparents, and there's a baseball park across the street. A big sponsor put it in there for kids to play with. Had my grandpa not stepped up, had the sponsors not stepped up with that baseball field, there's no telling what would have happened in my life. It definitely wouldn't have ended up as a big league baseball player. And to me, when Joe talked about this to me in spring training, I begged him. I said, I want to be a part of that because I know exactly where those kids are right now. They're looking for hope, and that's what Joe Madden's providing right here.
We wanted to make a really big impact on bringing our entire community together. So the things we were looking to do, we wanted to involve children, and we thought there were 3 areas in particular that we wanted to engage children in healthy and wholesome activities. And those 3 areas were education, and for obvious reasons, education levels the playing field for all groups. The second is cultural activities. And of course, because we are involved with Joe Madden, the third would be athletic activities. We need lots of classrooms. We need an area that has a stage. And of course, we need a gymnasium.
We have a really bright, aggressive, interested group of folks running this place, and it's going to work. It is working, but it's going to take a little bit more time.
Hazleton downtown is trying to revitalize. It's trying to come back. It's going to take a long time, but it's happening, and there's a lot of great people behind it. It's just to get everybody on board, and I don't just mean the people that were born and raised here. I mean people that are coming in to buy into Hazleton, because people that haven't been born and raised here have no idea how fabulous this place was. And it will be again, but it's just going to take some time.
I do know what we're doing is beneficial to a community or communities. I do know that you got to rid the gang elements and getting kids off the street and having them to get back into more structured environments, whether it's school-wise, church-wise, whatever. They have to have something to hold on to on a daily basis that matters.
I mean, he's in baseball, and Joe's job, and I think he does it fairly well, by the way, is to bring together all these different cultures into a single unified team, and that everybody has the opportunity to do their absolute best based on their own ability. Has nothing to do, who cares? Somebody hits a home run, nobody ever says, hey look, that Rizzo, he's an Italian kid, he hit a home run.
I didn't grow up here, but I feel like I've grown up here.
And we're gonna keep getting better at this. I don't apply enough time. I'm guilty of that. I don't necessarily have the time, but when I do, it's not just about writing a check. You got to be boots on the ground. You got to show up. You got to show people you care. And this is the best I can do from the time that I got. So we want to keep making this better.
Hey, honey. You remember to lock the Buick, right?
Of course I do. I'd never forget that.
The Buick Remote Link app, now available in every Buick.
You closed all the apartment windows, too.
Come on. Really?
You're the best.
Now get this low mileage lease on this 2016 Encore for around $179 a month for 24 months.
Yeah, not us.
Nah, no reruns here.
Yeah, we have X1 from Xfinity.
I think we'll just stick with our TV shows.
Don't fall for DirecTV. Get 4 times more TV shows and movies on demand with Xfinity. Sign up today or get started with this great offer. Call or go online today.
So all the latest safety features, they're available in every Hyundai SUV, right?
Yes, indeed. The Tucson, Santa Fe Sport, 3-row Santa Fe, all backed by America's Best warranty.
Great. Because our family is about to get a lot bigger.
Oh, congratulations.
On what?
I'm telling him tonight.
Hurry in and lease the 2016 Tucson for just $179 a month.
What's up? Hello?
We are in a rain delay here in St. Louis. Cardinals 4, Cubs 1 in the middle of the 7th. Coming up next, the best of Dan Patrick with updates to follow here on CSN.
Dan, I was watching the Irish University Athletic Association inter-varsity games the other day, straight out of Ireland. And here's the end of the 4x400. This young lady is in the lead by 60 meters, I think they say. And there's a young lady in red, not even in the screen yet. Listen to the call.
8 meters to get there. 6 meters.
Oh, you let her go get this.
She is going to go past the UCL. Is out on her feet. Michelle Finn, the future Olympian, powers on by. Here comes CIT. Another effort in the home stretch.
Here comes UCC. I think we're going to get third, Tom. Way in the back.
Whoa. Some hell are pouring through.
Oh, Michelle Finn is going.
Here comes UCC alongside as well. And here's the lady of UCC.
That's unbelievable.
Michelle Finn. She's out on her feet.
No.
Oh, face planted.
That's crazy.
From the depths of hell.
She's returning. Dan, you have to drop from the depths of hell. Either on air today, Football Night in America,
or at the Olympics.
Boom goes the dynamite from the depths of hell.
Oh my God.
From the depths of hell.
Hell. It's a trick.
They have before she was still making the turn.
I don't know if that's ever been uttered before during a sporting event.
We were checking.
One of my daughters, we go to dinner. She takes a picture of her meal just to let her friends know what she's having. I don't get it.
With millennials taking over the world, DP and the boys finally took a stand.
Paulie can mention J.J. Watt and how he loves his selfies.
Updates on your bicep?
J.J. needs to dial it back just a little bit here.
Taking center field?
Remember when LeBron took the picture of LeBron in the mirror?
Oh, look at me, looking at me in the mirror, please.
It's kind of obnoxious. It's kind of obnoxious.
But the Dan Patrick Show does not follow, we lead.
I don't follow anybody on Twitter.
So join us as we revolt against social media. A show free of selfies, tweets, and snap booking, or whatever it's called.
What a loser. He's always putting this on the internet.
Show off. An old-fashioned television program for old guys, by old guys.
It's about you. You have a problem with social media.
So who's with us?
Whose phone is that?
See, no! How could you? No! Luckily, we were prepared for this one. Thanks, Simply Safe. The selfie-less Dan Patrick Show starts right now.
And don't hit send.
Come on in and join the Dan Patrick Show.
I'm going to get this up on Facebook. It's going to kill.
I think the absorption sometimes with social media is what bothers me. When you feel like somebody is so self-absorbed.
J.J. Watt saying he's going to go see Marine.
It's really, really narcissistic. But we love ourselves. And then we hope that somebody notices us.
It's kind of obnoxious, right?
Yes.
I'm bothered by it.
Feel free to check out danpatrick.com to see what you missed. We're trying to help you. Not at all self-promotional.
You mean doing Football Night in America and handing out the Super Bowl trophy 3 times, Sports Jeopardy, and then hosting the Olympics, and what I did at the mothership, that kind of stuff? I got a Marconi over there for the radio host of the year, and I got some Emmys around here.
Life is 10% what happens and 90% how we react.
You are my shining rock star. May you play a guitar solo forever.
By the way, guys, strive for progress, not perfection.
Here he is, joined by the 4 Danettes. It's Dan Patrick.
Oh, the humble Dan Patrick Show. Welcome, gang's all here, ready to go. If you'd like to get in touch with us, you can. You can tweet if you'd like. Our handle is at DP Show. Email address dp@danpatrick.com. Phone number 877-3DP-SHOW. We say good morning to our radio partners around the country, numbering 280. And also our TV partners, DirecTV, the Audience Network, Channel 239, and the NBC Sports Network. Coming up, it was a year ago at this time where he was projected to be the #1 player taken in the draft. He's not going to be the #1 quarterback taken in the draft. He's Christian Hackenberg, former Penn State quarterback, had that brilliant freshman year, and then it went south when Bill O'Brien went south. Went to the Texans, and it didn't go well for Christian Hackenberg the following 2 years. But the pro potential was there. John Gruden said he would be surprised if he's not a first-round draft pick. So we'll talk to him coming up a little bit later on this hour. Brian Scalabrine, the White Mamba, will join us, Fox Sports NBA analyst, and was there when the Celtics went down in flames last night against Atlanta. Historically poor performance by the Celtics in the first quarter. First half. It was ugly. So we'll talk to him. We'll dive into the Conor McGregor story that he's going to retire at the age of 27. Oh, of course he is. I believe this story. So we'll delve a little deeper in there with Conor McGregor saying he's going to retire from MMA at the age of 27. All right, Hawks go up 2-0 on the Celts. Spurs over the Grizz. They're up 2-0. I think the Spurs were an 18-point favorite in a playoff game. I don't know where that ranks, but that's got to be one of the highest point spreads in NBA playoff history. 18 points over the Grizz last night. Let's see. Curry, the MRI looks good. I think people thought it was the ankle. It turns out it was his foot. And I think there was a 2 or 3 hour window yesterday where Golden State Warrior fans and NBA TV executives were probably going, oh, he can't get hurt. So Curry had an MRI, and I guess he's okay. Games tonight, Hornets, Heat, Pistons, Cavs, Blazers, Clippers. Drew Rosenhaus officially parted ways with Johnny Manziel yesterday. And that's saying a whole lot because Drew Rosenhaus never shied away from controversy. Rosenhaus gave Manziel an ultimatum to get help, and Manziel is not listening. Manziel, this discussion, I think, has a lot of layers here. He went to treatment for alcohol abuse, and those issues should be taken seriously. I think they're taken more seriously by everybody but Johnny Manziel. And, here's a guy who's throwing away an opportunity. What I found strange about this is, here's Johnny Manziel hanging out with Josh Gordon. Josh Gordon had been suspended for a year for marijuana use. Josh Gordon has a better chance of getting back into the NFL than Johnny Manziel does. Johnny Manziel has the grand jury. His case of did he hit his girlfriend is going to the grand jury, I think, Thursday. So Rosenhaus was his second agent, and I think he gave him 2 chances to get his act together. But we saw the magic from Johnny Manziel in college. He's going to need that same magic if he's going to get a chance to play in the NFL anytime soon. Yeah, Paul.
I saw the note yesterday that Johnny Manziel's representative or someone issued a statement to the media. He wants to get back. Does he have representation?
PR firm.
So there's someone representing him.
Just PR, not an agent.
That's an interesting job for that PR person.
Yes. And Johnny just got around to saying, look, he's going to get back to taking football seriously. I'm paraphrasing here, but it was in a PR note that was sent out. But Nike dropped him. This is the 6th athlete Nike has dropped in the last 3.5 years. You had Oscar Pistorius, for obvious reasons. Manny Pacquiao, I think what he said about gays and lesbians, they dropped him. Adrian Peterson, Ray Rice, Lance Armstrong. Congratulations, Johnny. You joined the list. It takes a lot to get dropped by Nike. I mean, it really takes something very, very controversial. So, is there a light at the end of the tunnel? Maybe. But you feel like it's an oncoming train with him. Take a break. We'll be back after this Dan Patrick Show.
For over 90 years, one name means more to car buyers. Grosinger City Toyota.
4 floors of new Toyotas with free valet parking. Get a new RAV4 for $228 a month with no down payment. All in for only $228 per month.
Grosinger City Toyota in Chicago.
E-Click Lending, Chicagoland's mortgage price leader. Never pay lender fees. Never pay upfront appraisal fees. Get approved online, anytime, anywhere, in less than 10 minutes on our 100% digital platform. Go to eclicklending.net to see how low your rate could go. E-Click Lending. Point, click, save.
If you had $1 for every dollar car insurance companies say they'll save you by switching, you'd have like a ton of dollars. But how are they saving you those dollars? A lot of companies might answer or no comment. Then there's Esurance. Born online, raised by technology, and majors in efficiency. So whatever they save, you save. Hassle, time, paperwork, hair tearing out, and yes, especially dollars. That's auto and home insurance for the modern world. Esurance, backed by Allstate. Click or call.
For true Chicagoans, the White Sox are a part of our DNA. From Hyde Park to Park Ridge, we wear our hearts on our pinstripe jersey sleeves. From 79th through Bridgeport, from Bronzeville to Naperville, we're loyal to the team through thick and thin. We come from all walks of life and neighborhoods, but remain united by what takes place at 35th and Shields. We take pride in our city, and we take pride in the game.
This isn't a car, it's a Mini. There's a difference. Our wheels are pushed out to the corners. Our iconic design is beyond compare. And our heart is right where it belongs. Donating to Feeding America with each test drive. And giving you $1,000 additional cash off any new Mini. It's the Mini April Invitational, running from the 15th through the 24th.
Tomorrow, get ready for an explosive series finale as the Silver and Black step into the box and try to swat away the Angels. Coverage begins with White Sox pregame live, presented by the Koalas family of dealerships. Tomorrow at 12:30 on CSN.
Join CSN Chicago for a taping of Beer Money tomorrow night at McDivitt's in Palos Park at 6 p.m. Test your sports trivia knowledge and you can win big. Beer Money, presented by Coors Light.
Former Penn State quarterback Christian Hackenberg joining us on the program. Good morning, Christian. How are you?
I'm good. Thanks for having me again.
How was the John Gruden camp?
That was a great experience. Just being able to get down there and kind of chop it up with Coach on the board a little bit and go over some film. Really enjoyed it. Super, super good experience for me and very valuable throughout this process.
How goofy is he?
Yeah, he's a great personality. He's not hard to get along with. You get in there and he starts cracking some jokes and gets you really in the flow of things. I really enjoyed it. My type of dude. And I really enjoyed the time I spent down there.
What's the one thing that Gruden told you that is going to help you, whether he criticized you or complimented you?
Yeah, I think it's just getting comfortable. That was his biggest thing, is just being comfortable in everything. But that's basically the big overlaying word that he used, was just get back to being comfortable again. And I think that's something that's very correctable. So, not too worried about anything, just really excited about taking this next step.
All right, how do we get here, Christian? As I mentioned, that people were looking at you a year ago as maybe the number one quarterback. What happened? How do we get to maybe you're not even a first-round draft pick?
Yeah, I mean, I think just adversity hits, and at the end of the day, some people look at it as a bad thing. I really look at it as a valuable thing, I think, an asset to my game, and it's only prepared me more to make this step. I know what I can do. I know I can play, and I know that my ceiling is really, really high, and I'm just scratching the surface of it. And I think, just making sure I get in a great situation and go and do what I do best, put my head down, work, earn the trust of the team, earn the trust of the coaches. I'm excited about it. So I really try not to listen to what anyone else says. I'm very confident what I can do. I know that I can be a franchise quarterback, and I'm just making sure that every day I'm taking steps towards doing so. I'm just waiting on the draft.
Take me back to when you were recruited at Penn State. Penn State's going through this turmoil. Joe Paterno's been fired. Bill O'Brien's in there. And you had the opportunity to leave, and you stayed loyal to Bill O'Brien. How much thought did you give to leaving Penn State when they were going through that turnover?
Are you talking about when I was in high school?
Yeah, when you were being recruited.
Yeah, I think in high school it was a little bit. No, I'm not saying there was a ton of thought. I was very committed to what I was doing, but I definitely went back and I re-evaluated my decision with my parents and my high school coach. And at the end of the day, nothing changed. I stayed there for a reason, and it wasn't just a knee-jerk reaction to decommit or stay. It was very thought out. And I thank my parents for that. I thank my high school coach for that, for being very supportive with me throughout the entire process and making sure that I made the best decision for me. And I still feel that it was. And I'm very thankful for my college experience, and both on and off the field.
All right, clear this report up by the Monday Morning Quarterback. Robert Klemko said that you blamed James Franklin, your coach, for your struggles your sophomore and junior year. Is that a fair assessment of what was said by you?
Not at all. I basically went into every interview and said, here's what we did, and the overruling theme was that it was just different. And then I was very focused on making sure that they knew that I was very focused and in tune with making sure that I was ready to take this step to the next level. So when I was in the interviews, I just basically said it was different, explained the differences, and continued to just be very focused on the future and doing what I know I need to do to be the best professional quarterback that I can be.
How did it get construed that way, though, Christian?
I'm not sure. Maybe you should ask Brian.
Yeah, because it just feels like that would be something I would want to know about if I'm a coach, because we're in it together. And then if you're actually coming out saying, "Hey, look, because of James Franklin, I didn't play well," it feels like you're the one being slandered here, where you're throwing your coach under the bus.
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, I've never done it. It's never been who I was. I've never pointed a finger. I owned everything I put on tape, and I made sure the coaches knew that in the interviews. And I know exactly what I need to get better at, and Coach Franklin wasn't the one pulling the trigger. I was. So, I think that'd just be an asinine statement for me to go in there and say that. So, I know what I need to do, and I know what I said. And if someone interpreted it that way, then that would be very shocking to me. So I'm very focused on the future and moving on and getting better.
What quarterback did you love growing up?
When I was younger, I loved Favre. I loved watching Favre play. And then as I got older, you had the Aaron Rodgers and the Drew Brees and the Peyton Mannings and the Tom Bradys. So we've had a pretty good run of guys as I was growing up. So I've been fortunate to watch that, and it's pretty cool.
They make it look pretty easy, though, Christian.
Without a doubt.
It's not that easy. Not that easy. Yeah,
definitely not.
Where will you be on draft day?
I'm going to be at home with my family, my brothers. So it's going to be nice.
Do you have any idea where you're going? You don't have to tell me, but do you have any idea?
No, I mean, not really. I've kind of looked at it as just making sure hopefully I land in a really good situation. And, again, just focused on the things that I have control over. I have no control where I'm going to go, where I go, but when I get there, I have control over how I work and how I prepare and how I present myself. So I think that's ultimately where your head has to be, and that's where it is for me, and I'm very, very relaxed going into this last week here.
All right, well, enjoy the Chicago Bears. You'll love Chicago, Christian.
Thank you.
All right, good luck. Thanks for joining us. That's,
Thank you, sir.
Christian Hackenberg, former Penn State quarterback.
If you or someone you know needs legal assistance, I'm here to help. Because at Aiken Law, every injury is personal.
For injury law, the choice is simple. Aiken, 312-6-million.
Here's a tip. It's worth the trip to emetroford.com. See for yourself how affordable your new Ford will be at emetroford.com. See why Metro Fords are everywhere.
Metro Fords are everywhere.
Visit emetroford.com today.
I'm Anthony Rizzo, and you're watching the Home for Cubs Baseball, CSN Chicago, presented by State Farm.
What a perfect day for baseball at US Cellular Field. Here he comes. He's going to try it. He's safe. And he makes the catch. He makes the catch. And ball high and deep. Stretch. You can. Put it on the ball. Yes. He gone. Yes. Yes. And this ball game is over. Boxing.
There's nothing else like the Olympics. Connor Dwyer, Winnetka, Illinois, swimming.
Just to be there, it'll be an honor. Shamir Little, Chicago, Illinois, track and field.
Can't wait to show the world how hard I've been training.
It takes so much discipline.
Representing my country is a lifelong dream.
Go inside the lives of Chicago's biggest sports stars, only on Inside Look, presented by Cadillac. Your questions answered.
In this business, you want to compete for championships.
Idols revisited.
They've supported this organization for so many years.
And the stories behind the headlines revealed.
It's a special journey, and it's a great story.
Catch a new interview every month with Inside Look on Comcast Sportsnet. Visit csnchicago.com for listings.
He's Brian Scalabrine, the Celtics analyst, Comcast Sportsnet New England, NBA analyst for The Vertical. And Brian joins us now. Brian, how are you feeling today?
Yeah, I'm feeling pretty good after that terrible loss the Celtics endured last night against the Hawks.
That was historically bad, Brian.
It was across the board, Dan.
What happened? They had this momentum going into the playoffs, and this hasn't gone as scripted.
Well, yeah, I think you're starting to see, the realities of the NBA playoffs and positional size and how it comes into play. I mean, Brad Stevens does a fantastic job with these guys. And Isaiah Thomas, he's an all-star this year, but he is 5'9", and every time he drives to the basket, you can see it. Atlanta swallows him up when he gets to the rim, and then they play the weak sides so perfectly, not over-helping, sending three guys to the ball, and then playing guys in the center field. So with Avery Bradley out, he's probably one of our best catch-and-shoot players, at least right now, because Jay Crowder has been a little bit struggling with the bad ankle. Now Avery Bradley, with him being out, it's really tough for us to fabricate some offense. I think defensively, against this Hawk team, I thought the Celtics did a great job overall. Just, the first 8 possessions, Atlanta was hot and they got out and running. But after that, the Celtics did a good job.
Brian, did you say us?
I us a lot with the Celtics. Yeah, everyone's been telling me not to do that, but I feel since I travel with the team and I do a lot of we's and us when it comes to that kind of stuff.
Well, you do look like a Celtic. You look like you'd fit right in right there.
I am Mr. Celtic.
All right, we're talking to Brian Scalabrine, the White Mamba, joining us, Dan Patrick Show. A couple other thoughts here. What if Steph Curry was actually really injured and not able to play in the playoffs? How would we? What would be the angle that we would take nationally with the Golden State Warriors if Steph was not able to play
at all? All the way through the finals?
Yeah, let's just say that there was something that showed up on that MRI. Let's say there was a hairline fracture there. Do you think that we would say, yep, see what happens, going for the record and all that stress and all the wear and tear?
No. I mean, some people probably would, but most people would probably say, it's a game of basketball. It's sports, and injuries happen. I mean, listen, along the way, I never thought that they overextended themselves to get the record. I always felt like they kept it within, the correct minutes that they were playing. Even in the playoffs, they're not playing big minutes. Look at these, the Warriors route teams. So for Steph Curry to go out there and play 29 to 33 minutes, it's not going to tax them that much. So I don't think that would be, I'm sure people would say that, but that you can get injured, like in practice. It's just the world of professional sports.
Yeah,
so
but that wouldn't
be they did it the right way.
Yeah, but that wouldn't be the good story. People want to sell a story.
Of course not.
They'd have to blame Steve Kerr or Luke Walton for playing him too many minutes.
Yeah, I mean, you're talking about when you say they, you're talking about the uninformed media.
Of
That's
course,
what you're talking about.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Here's another thing. The Oklahoma City, you have a terrible, one of the worst shooting performances ever for Kevin Durant. Had that been Russell Westbrook shooting 7 for 33, would we have been more critical if Russell Westbrook goes 7 for 33 instead of Kevin Durant? And if so, why?
Yeah, you know why? Because most guys along the way, and Kevin Durant doesn't do this, he doesn't waver from his game. If he's 7 for 33 or he's 15 for 33, he still plays the same way. He takes shot. He doesn't lose his confidence. LeBron, if he passes up a game-winning shot, he just gets scrutinized by the media. But Kevin Durant is pretty solid along the way. Now, he may turn the ball over. He may take bad shots. He may miss a wide-open layup, which is slightly contested, at the end. But he is who he is, and I think people can accept that for that. Now, if he was in a bigger market, I think the local media would be harsher on him than they are. But he's in OKC, and I think the people there, they give him a free pass because of it. But nationally, Kevin Durant, when he plays bad, you can't tell when watching the games. He's always aggressive. He's not afraid to take the shot. He doesn't care if he's missed his last 10, and I think people can respect that a little bit from him.
The team most likely to beat Cleveland is
State.
Yeah.
Cool. I mean, in the Eastern Conference, you want me to if you wanted to say Eastern Conference, you could say Toronto, but they got to get out of Indiana here. But I don't think any team out east can beat Cleveland. I think they're going to roll through the Eastern Conference.
Reggie Miller was on the show, and he said that the guys from the TNT crew, broadcast crew, if they added Kobe, could beat the Memphis Grizzlies in a game.
Shaq, Kenny, and Charles, and Kobe.
Chris Webber, Reggie Miller, and don't forget about Ernie Johnson.
Right now?
That's what Reg said.
Shot. No shot. The names, I bet you people would think they could win, but they're not beating Memphis. Memphis, that team, they're decimated by injuries, but they are not losing to Charles, Shaq, Kenny, Webb, Reggie. No way.
But you got Kobe, though.
No way.
Are you
No,
sure?
come
He
on.
had 60 the other night.
On 50 shots, Dan.
I
On
know,
50 shots.
but he's going to take 50
Dan,
shots.
Okay. If you took 50 shots, you tell me how many points you scored in the NBA. If you were allowed to get 50 shots, and don't forget the 20 free throws he took, so he really went up around 60-something times. Now, are you getting 30 in a game, Dan? I've seen you shoot. Are you getting 30?
Are they? Is Utah going to be guarding me? If that's the case, then I'll get 30.
Yeah, they're going to be guarding you.
Okay.
Oh.
Yes. Then yeah. Did it ever dawn on them to double
It was a great
team?
way to go out. Come on, Dan. It was a great way to go out. You get 60 some odd attempts because you get fouled and bailed out a couple times, and you score 60 in your last game. What a way to end this terrible, horrific season for Kobe Bryant.
It's great to catch up with you as always. Have fun and make us proud. Okay. Good luck Friday night. Thank you, Brian.
All right, see you, Dan.
That's Brian Scalabrine.
Make meal magic from start to finish with the one and only Reynolds Wrap.
You don't have to go on a treasure hunt to find a great deal on a new Honda. Get the Schaumburg Honda automobiles, but you better hurry.
During the Honda Dream Garage Sales Event, lease the redesigned 2016 Honda Civic Sedan for just $179 a month.
Better see us before you buy.
Bob Rohrman.
Bob Rohrman, Schaumburg Honda Automobiles, just 8 blocks west of the Woodfield Mall on Gulf Road in Schaumburg.
Tomorrow, get ready for an explosive series finale as the Silver and Black step into the box and try to swat away the Angels. Coverage begins with White Sox pregame live, presented by the Koalas family of dealerships. Tomorrow at 12:30 on CSN.
Looking sharp, Len. Who's the lucky lady?
I'm going to the bank to discuss a mortgage.
See, you need a loan, you put on a suit, you go crawling to the bank. This is how I dress to get a mortgage. I just go to Lending Tree. I calculate how much home I can afford. I get multiple offers to compare side by side. And the best part is, the banks come crawling to me.
Everything you need to get a better mortgage. Clothing optional. Lending Tree. When banks compete, you win.
Okay.
Awkward.
You have a vision. It's why you can see what others can't. You know what you want, and we can help you get it. You need options? We've got all kinds, including special finishes and papers. And they're all absolutely guaranteed, every time, for any reason. Because you have a vision, and we have your card. 500 start at just $9.99 when you enter BC500 at Vistaprint.com.
For over 90 years, one name means more to car buyers. Grosinger City Toyota.
4 floors of new Toyotas with free valet parking. Get a new RAV4 for $228 a month with no down payment. All in for only $228 per month.
Grosinger City Toyota in Chicago.
For so long, the dream seemed impossible.
The 37-year wait is over.
His unbelievable story made us believe.
American Pharoah is finally the one.
Now, a new chapter of anticipation has begun.
They're off in the Kentucky Derby.
The road to the Triple Crown begins with the Kentucky Derby on NBC and NBCSN.
It's your Reynolds Wrap rain delay update from Busch Stadium. The tarp is on the infield, still raining. Not very hard, but we continue to be delayed. 4-1 Cardinals before the bottom of the 7th. Best of Dan Patrick continues.
I think it might be the sports call of the year, and I saw it yesterday. And this is the Irish University Athletic Association Games. Here is the call, the 4x400 relay. The Irish University games in the final minute.
Here comes CIT, another effort in the home stretch.
And here comes UCC. I think we're going to get third call.
UCC from the depths of hell are pouring through.
Oh, Michelle finished saying. Here comes CIT.
Here comes UCC on the outside as well. It is the leading of UCC. Hurry on the outside.
It's unbelievable.
Michelle Finn. She's out on her feet.
God, it's unbelievable. That is unbelievable. Really, what a run.
From the depths of hell. I don't know anything else they said. I'm not sure I can make out too many other words in there. Give me the whole call there again.
Here comes CIT, another effort in the home stretch.
And here comes UCC. I think we're going to get third call.
UCC from the depths of hell are pouring through.
Oh, Michelle finished saying. Here comes CIT.
Here comes UCC on the outside as well. It is the leading of UCC. Hurry on the outside.
It's unbelievable.
Michelle Finn. She's out on her feet.
God, it's unbelievable. That is unbelievable. Really, what a run.
God, it's unbelievable.
Here comes UCC.
Doesn't it sound like a couple of grandmas calling that race?
From the depths of hell.
It sounds like a Monty Python skit.
It does.
It's like a Julia Childs.
Yes, Julia Childs cooking. It's just a flesh wound. Yeah. Oh, my God. It's just a flesh wound. Oh, my God. That's so good.
My destiny said I belong in the city.
My destiny tried to tell me where to go.
They say everyone has a predetermined path, one we can't escape.
But my path, like my car, is my choice.
Visit MitsubishiCars.com and find the car for you.
Visit MaxManson.com. 0% APR offers 72 to 84 months plus rebates topping $1,500 and make no payments for 45 to 90 days at Max Manson Mitsubishi.
You can visit Priceline, get a great deal, and go help Grandma with a few things. If you don't go.
Oh, that's perfect.
Hey, I'm going to order some pizza to celebrate. What's your social security number?
Oh, it's 23.
23?
Whatever's on the line. Priceline.
The city of Chicago emerged from the ashes, literally, and rose to greatness. And in those fires, a certain toughness, honesty, and work ethic was forged. A straightforward, what you see is what you get attitude. There's no pretense. There's no gray area. There's only black and white. It's time to take the field. It's time to play some ball. It's time to step up.
Aurelio's Pizza has been a Chicago tradition and family favorite for more than 55 years. To find a location nearest you, visit AureliosPizza.com and then enjoy the game with an Aurelio's Pizza featuring our signature sauce, homemade crust, and the finest ingredients.
The 7-passenger MDX from Acura.
Visit your Chicagoland and Northwest Indiana Acura dealer for attractive offers on the MDX.
Weeknights, don't miss Sports Talk Live on Comcast Sportsnet. David Kaplan leads a roundtable on the day's hottest topics.
Every time he goes into net, we know we have a chance to win, keeping us in games and helping us shut down teams late.
Interview Chicago's biggest stars.
My job is to come in, try to win every game as possible, work as hard as I can, play as hard as I can, and motivate people by my work ethic.
And interacts with you at home. Sports Talk Live, presented by Chevy Silverado. Tonight at 5:30 on Comcast Sportsnet.
I saw the story yesterday. Well, breaking news. Conor McGregor is announcing his retirement. Yeah, no, I didn't buy into it. A lot of people freaked out. Social media, they freaked out on this. But I said to Paulie, there's one person to get on who's going to cut right through the BS and tell us the truth. Ariel Helwani, the MMA reporter, who joins us now. Ariel, thanks for joining us. So set us straight. Is Conor McGregor retiring?
Well, again, Dan, thank you so much for having me. I appreciate it. So as of right now, and you've been around this game, longer than me, definitely, and you know how it goes in combat sports and sports in general. These things happen, and in combat sports, promoters and fighters, They have their issues at times. You know all about that. But as of right now, this is not a hoax. It's not a troll job. It's not a joke. I mean, he is, in fact, saying, you know, I'm not a part of this anymore. I'm walking away. Everyone that I've talked to, sources close to this entire situation, do believe at some point, when, where, why, how, against who, they don't know. But they do believe at some point he will fight again. He's a 27-year-old kid who is in the prime of his life, who makes a lot of money, who loves making money. They believe he'll come back at some point and fight. But right now, this isn't some, elaborate joke.
I could see if he won his last fight and then he had a disagreement with Dana White and said, look, I don't want to be part of promoting, the rematch. I'll let you guys do it. I'm training in Iceland or wherever he's training.
Yep.
But he lost. And I think that's where Dana White's saying, no, dude, I need you here. You got to, that's part of, I think this happened one other time with a fighter with Dana White, right? Where he just said, all right, I'll take you right off the card.
Yep, that was prior to UFC 137. The situation there was that Nick Diaz was coming, Nate's brother, by the way, was coming over from Strikeforce. They had just purchased this organization called Strikeforce. He was their welterweight champion, and they finally put together this dream matchup between Nick Diaz and George St. Pierre, who at the time was the UFC welterweight champion. They put on this press conference in Vegas a couple months before the fight to announce tickets and all that stuff, and Diaz no-shows. So there's a famous photo of just, Dana at the dais, GSP sitting down, and then an empty seat for Nick Diaz. So they ended up pulling Nick from the card altogether. But a lot of people at the time said, look, it's just a press conference. Who cares? He's going to show up to the fight. Why are you doing this? And a lot of them are saying this right now as well. But it's a little more, in my opinion, than just a press conference. There's a lot going on this weekend in Las Vegas for this fight. A lot of media, a lot of video shoots. They're investing a lot of money. But I do think that there's more. This has been brewing, and there's more going on than just this particular week.
How much power does Conor McGregor have in the sport?
I think he has a tremendous amount of power. I mean, if you want to, pick your poison, look at his social media. That one tweet alone has over 150,000 retweets, which I'm told is more than any other athlete in the last 2 years. I mean, I don't think that the UFC ship is going to sink as a result of Conor, taking this break, not showing up at UFC 200, but it definitely hurts him. He's the biggest draw in the sport by far. Ronda Rousey may be the face of the UFC, meaning she'll show up on The View, Kelly and Michael, et cetera, but he is the biggest draw. He's their biggest moneymaker, and in fact, in my opinion, he's the biggest moneymaker in the history of the sport. So they do feel that pain with him not being there. I don't know if he can go rogue and do his own organization. It's tough to do that because the UFC has all these guys under contract, but he is without a doubt, in my opinion, right now the most powerful fighter in the UFC.
Ariel, thank you for taking time out, and we'll keep an eye on this. Thanks for joining us.
My pleasure. Thank you, Dan.
All right. Ariel Helwani, MMA reporter. Oh, I was just wondering about this guy yesterday. Because normally during the football season on Monday, after a Cowboy loss, we hear from Shea and Irving. And since the Cowboys aren't playing, we normally don't hear from Shea. Yeah, everybody's a little surprised. Shea and Irving is calling in. Is everything okay, Shea?
Absolutely not, Danny.
Uh-oh.
First off, Seton, happy holidays, amigo. Hope you get it in today.
Thank you, pal.
Little
Danny.
420 there for you, Seton?
I don't know what you're referring to.
Okay.
Referring to?
Oh, I see what you did there. Okay. All right, Shea.
Wow. All right. Danny, first off, that Hackenberg kid.
Yeah.
A couple people are projecting that the Cowboys are going to try and draft him in the second round.
Okay.
If the Cowboys don't pick up a freaking pass rusher that can play on day one, I'm going to be mad as hell. This Greg Hardy experiment was a complete failure. Randy Gregory can't stop celebrating 420. And we don't have a damn pass rush, period. And they're talking about picking up Ezekiel Elliott in the first round maybe. Or if they don't get a pass rusher, Danny, I'm going to be mad. Are you going to be in Chicago for the draft or what?
Or what?
You're not?
No. Are you going?
Of course you're not. No, I'm not going to the draft. You think I'm a loser? Well, I'm going to be here.
Yeah, we were talking about going, but we couldn't get it all together in time. So
I got a place I can stay, man. If you're looking for some accommodations.
Oh no, we were okay with accommodations. We were just trying to get everything. It's a big production to get us on the road to go
whatever,
up there.
Danny. Stop it.
It's
Stop
a
it.
big thing. Yeah.
Anyway, the roommate's pregnant again.
Oh boy.
Yep. Another girl.
Who's the dad?
Oh, McLovin.
Was that Pearl? Pearl, I'm going to drop kick you 6 ways from Sunday. You keep talking noise like that.
Well, McLovin, I tell you that you get yourself in trouble with Shay, and he's not the kind of guy you want to get yourself in trouble with.
We met, Pearl. You know I'm not 160 and 5'4". I'll bench press you, boy.
I hit the wrong button. That wasn't supposed to go on air. I'm sorry, Shay.
Just
like a Christmas tree, Pearl. You're going to get lit up.
So, congratulations on another girl.
Yeah, whatever.
Was it planned?
I don't know if much anything's planned these days, Danny. I just know Jesus doesn't want me having boys. I'd probably turn him into little psychos, so that ain't working out.
Is your roommate happy that she's pregnant?
Yeah, sure.
Okay, all right.
Well, I mean, she's not right now. She's pretty mad at the moment. Your first trimester gets pretty emotional, if you remember. She's pretty violent at the moment, but eventually she'll be okay.
So
yeah, she'll get over it.
Sure, your wife sounds like you right now.
Yeah, it kind of is like living with that. It must really suck for her the whole time. It sucks for me for a trimester.
Well, congrats. And
whatever.
Yeah, and good luck on draft night.
Hey, Pearl, I'm going to be in New York City in August.
Boy.
I can't wait to see you, brother.
Oh, boy.
I'm actually out of town that month.
Thank
That'd
you.
be a smart move on you, youngin'.
Thank you, Shay. McLovin, why go down that road?
I can't help it.
Who's the father? Oh.
This isn't a car. It's a Mini. There's a difference. Our wheels are pushed out to the corners. Our iconic design is beyond compare. And our heart is right where it belongs. Donating to Feeding America with each test drive. And giving you $1,000 additional cash off any new Mini. It's the Mini April Invitational, running from the 15th through the 24th.
Tomorrow, get ready for an explosive series finale as the Silver and Black step into the box and try to swat away the Angels. Coverage begins with White Sox pregame live, presented by the Koalas family of dealerships. Tomorrow at 12:30 on CSN.
It only takes one genius to change a light bulb. You. LED bulbs use 85% less energy and last a long time, saving you up to $100 over each bulb's lifetime. So change yours today. The more you know.
You don't have to go on a treasure hunt to find a great deal on a new Honda. Get the Schaumburg Honda automobiles, but you better hurry.
During the Honda Dream Garage Sales Event, lease the redesigned 2016 Honda Civic Sedan for just $179 a month.
Better see us before you buy.
Bob Rohrman.
Bob Rohrman, Schaumburg Honda Automobiles, just 8 blocks west of the Woodfield Mall on Gulf Road in Schaumburg.
Mariah Haberman here from Discover Wisconsin. Join me and the rest of the DW crew every week on this station for all things Wisconsin. Find us on social media right now for gorgeous photos and great Wisconsin giveaways. Speaking of free stuff, did you know every month we give away an exciting vacation? This month, you can win a prize package to a few southern Mississippi river towns. Just visit discoverwisconsin.com for details. Saturday mornings at 10 on Comcast Sportsnet.
Picture this, 7 p.m. Traffic jam, buses running late, takeout's getting cold, and you're missing the Hawks.
It's cleared to center for Taves. He got a breakaway!
But all you have to do is follow @CSN Blackhawks on Twitter and leave the rest up to us.
Check your phone. Tracy Myers already tweeted you Captain Taves' amazing goal.
He scores! 2 goals from Jonathan Taves, and the Hawks up a pair.
What a strange day. Strange day. We'll talk to Dick Stockton, legendary broadcaster. That usually means you're old when somebody says you're legendary. But you got to be good to be old in this business. We'll talk to Dick Stockton. 30 years ago today, Michael Jordan put up 63 in the Boston Garden. We were wondering, what was the biggest game of Jordan's career? Paulie thinks it was that one, because that sort of hatched Air Jordan. But I think it was 2 years later when you actually had the Jumpman logo that changed everything for Jordan.
But didn't that game begat the Jordan legend, where he's a brand, no longer just amongst the Nike brands. He's the Nike brand.
Well, you had to be great to live up to that kind of advertising campaign that they had. It's like Ken Griffey Jr. Remember, it was Griffey Jr. for president? Nike ran that ad, but you had to be good enough for them to be able to promote you in such a way. Jordan lived up to the billing. And, that Jumpman logo, I think it was 1988, that's when it sort of changed for Jordan. He became more of a brand than just a basketball player. Dick Stockton joining us now. Dick, how are you this morning?
I'm really good, Dan. It's great to be on with you, and it seems like only yesterday that he scored the 63.
It was only 30 years ago. What do you remember about that day?
Well, what a lot of people don't remember, perhaps, is that, number one, the Bulls won only 30 games. That Jordan, missed, 64 games with a broken ankle, broken foot.
Yep.
They didn't want him to play many minutes or even jeopardize his career by going on. The Celtics were the dominant team, maybe one of their greatest of all time, and the Celtics were in the process of sweeping the Bulls. The Bulls really had no chance in the series. I mean, they didn't have, a lot of the great supporting players that he had later. They had Dave Corzine and Orlando Woolridge. They were good players, but not the kind of players like Scottie Pippen was and all those others. And so, the Celtics were also unimpressed with Jordan. He didn't play that much that year. It was his second year. And they said, who is this guy anyway?
Well, you did have sort of that phantom call at the end of regulation where they called Kevin McHale a foul on Jordan attempting a three, and then he hits 3 free throws to go into overtime. But was there a moment where you started to sense you're seeing something that you hadn't seen before?
Yes, Dan, and I was watching a show earlier, and I think it was the most important game that Jordan had played going into it, but it was building. And the way he was able to weave his way for short jumpers against that big front line the Celtics had, and the way he was able to bank in shots, he looked like a man on a mission, and he was obviously the best player on this team, and the team wasn't going to do much, and in fact, they lost the game. I mean, a lot of people would think, well, Jordan scored 63 and they won the game, but I think that he opened the eyes of the Celtics in that game when it was over. Larry Bird said, we just saw God disguised as Michael Jordan.
I do think that was transformational for the rest of the NBA. Maybe not Jordan, but in the eyes of everybody else, where you're trying to get the respect of, the Lakers with Magic. You had the Pistons. Like, Jordan wanted to say, hey, include me in with the big names, and I think that was sort of a coming out party for him.
No question about it, Dan. I mean, here's a team that won 30 games. I mean, they were 37 games worse than the Celtics. And it's 1 against 8. They make the playoffs, one of the worst teams record-wise ever to get into postseason. And now he's playing against this tremendous team. And it's not the Bulls we remember later on. It'd be several more years before they were able to really reach what they, achieved during the time of the Bulls' domination. And when he scored the 63, I think it really raised, another level the interest of the NBA. I mean, we started with, the Doctor, and then we went to Jordan and Bird was there. Bird scored, by the way, 36 points in that game.
Yeah.
And here's a guy who plays 53 minutes of this double overtime game. And I think that was one of the stamps that made the NBA make the big jump.
You also called Jordan hitting the jumper over poor Craig Elo and the Cleveland Cavaliers when everybody in the building thought you double-team Jordan. That's the only guy on the floor who can beat you, and they somehow let him beat them. What do you remember about that play, that call?
Well, I remember that it went down to the wire. In fact, Elo hit a big shot. Elo, it went back and forth, and the Cavaliers were a dominant team.
Yes.
And I think that they beat them 5 times during the regular season. You're an Ohio guy, right? You were probably rooting for the Cavs.
That was a great Cavaliers team, one of the great teams to never win a title.
You're right. And then he gets that shot, and I think the greatest thing about that shot was the way he jumped like forever, 4 or 5 feet in the air, and pumped his fist, the first of many we would see. And that was a huge victory. And I think we kind of knew that this was the kind of guy that would deliver in situations like that. I mean, we know, again, in the NBA Finals when he fed Steve Kerr, the open man. But, getting back to that Boston game, I mean, everyone guarded Jordan in that game. Bird, you name the guy, they were on him, and they couldn't stop him. And you would think that a team of that ilk at the time, playing on the parquet floor, would manage to, they trapped him all over the place. And the 63, that's what makes it great, is that he was really the only threat.
Hey, Dick, great to talk to you. Thanks for joining us. Pipes sound great, and good luck.
Thank you, Dan. Good to be on with you, to remember that 3 decades ago. Hard to believe.
Dick Stockton, dstockton.com for his website.
From the first building block to the last coat of paint, Menards is here to help you build all of your projects with an 11% rebate on everything. Menards has a huge selection of Mastercraft doors in stock. Take one home and install it today. Select sizes of this DuraCore Prime interior door are only $62.29 after 11% rebate. Stop in for an 11% rebate on everything now at Menards.
Save big money at Menards.
The new Craftsman Pro Series riding mowers. Now available with power steering, so you can turn with ease. Available with the tightest turning radius in the industry. And powerful V-twin engines with up to 26 horsepower. Because the beer you drink after you mow your lawn tastes better than the beer you drink after someone else mows your lawn. Craftsman, when it matters.
Have you seen the all-new Hyundais? Get the Gurney Hyundai for an enlightening experience.
Right now, you can get an amazing deal when you lease a brand new 2016 Hyundai Elantra for only $79 a month. That's right, only $79 a month.
Better see us before you buy.
Bob Rohrman.
Bob Rohrman's Gurney Hyundai on Grand Avenue, right across from Gurney Mills.
For injury law, the choice is simple. Ankin, 312-6 million.
Even if my coaches say I've had a perfect race, I tell myself, no, I haven't. I can go faster.
The perfect performance is a blank canvas.
Everything is like an automatic pilot.
You just kind of feel the same, but all of a sudden the result is different.
Your body just does what it's used to doing. I'm telling myself, you train for this, you're ready for it.
I just go out and do what I do. There's nothing that goes through my head.
Hitting all my marks.
Not back off, not breakout.
Feel like you're accelerating.
Clearing the hurdles. Lean at the line at the end.
And you just feel like you're on fire, man.
Dennehy joins us from Dublin. Cahal, how are you?
I'm good, Dan. How are you?
I'm spectacular. Set the scene of, so this is a 4x400 meter race. And so how big event was this?
So this was in the Irish University's Track and Field Championships last Saturday afternoon in Century Stadium, and there must have been no more than 100 people in the stadium, but it went absolutely crazy for it. It was a very quiet day, not a big atmosphere, and then suddenly the people who were there went absolutely crazy, and myself and my friend Ronan Duggan, who were doing commentary for the live stream online, the YouTube stream, we basically, as you can tell, lost a run of ourselves completely, lost our minds, lost our voices, lost our composure, lost our professionalism, lost everything. Because the athlete, like, as you could see, it was 1 in 4 minutes, which isn't that fast for a 4x4 relay, but the athlete who actually won the race came from about 80 yards back on the final leg. And again, it wasn't a brilliant leg from the athletes out front, obviously, but this is an international class athlete who was running for the Cork team. And I mean, to see her come, we had, as you could tell, we got it completely wrong. We had written her off. We'd even written off the second and third athletes, but the beauty of sport, the unpredictability of sport came through in the end.
All right. I am curious about the depths, from the depths of hell. Have you ever used that in a sporting event before?
I have not, and I guess it shows that I'm Not a full-time broadcaster, because I think a few people would consider that a questionable statement to come out with in the middle of a race. But no, I'm by trade, I guess I'm a writer. I'm a journalist, freelance track and field journalist. I write for a number of publications, newspapers and stuff. And occasionally we get drafted in to do these kind of commentary gigs, these live streams. And in general, it's just people actually ask me, did you have that written down? Did you see it somewhere? And to be honest, I have no idea where I even pulled that turn of phrase from. It made no sense. I think maybe it was something to do with the red singlet charging from nowhere.
Will you use it again?
That made me think of hell. But yeah, it made no sense. And but yeah, it seemed to work out. People seem to love it.
Will you use From the Depths of Hell again?
No, I think, these things are best retired after one use.
Wow.
Just leave it there.
Breaking news. Cathal Dennehy confirms that he will never use the expression From the Depths of Hell. That's sort of the women's Irish Games version of Al Michaels saying, do you believe in miracles, I think.
I think so, yeah. We have our own ones in Ireland on this side of the pond in terms of famous sporting phrases. There was one in the Ireland were in the World Cup in 1990. And a guy approached in the quarterfinals or the second round to take a penalty, and the commentator said, "A nation holds its breath." That was the indelible one that's down in Irish sporting history.